All right, hello everyone and welcome. Gussapolooza 2024. This is the Indie Distributor series of seminars held here at the MTAV Bar and Stage. MTAV is the multi-tech audio-visual, a great production, full-scale production company that's sponsored all the equipment that you see here, and they're doing live streaming for the folks at home. So thank you and welcome. It's great to have you all here and for the folks at home. So I'm going to introduce Harley Olivia, who comes from Toronto's vibrant music scene. She's got over 15 years of experience as a performer, fronted metal bands, circus punk groups, explored many genres, and we perform with her. She's amazing. In 2013, she graduated from Humber College's theater performance program and apprenticed with opera legends. I might get this pronunciation incorrect, but Phyllis Crooker? Okay, yes. She's a dedicated voice teacher. She teaches my daughter. And she shares her knowledge of voice science and songwriting with students at OI Art. So for more info on her music, follow her at harleyolivia.com. Without further ado, here's Harley Olivia.
Thank you, Kevin. It's actually harleyoliviamusic.com, but you're fine. Hi, everyone, and hello, everybody at home. Like he said, I am a singer and a vocal coach. I'm obsessed with singing, so I've pretty much immersed myself in it for 15 years. And today I'm going to talk a little bit about how to keep your voice safe, how to warm it up, how to cool it down, how to prevent any kinds of tension, and basically preventing vocal injury. We're at an indie music festival, so I know a lot of us are really hoping to do long tours, a lot of athletic performances, so this is really important to keep your voice safe. So the main thing that I like to start with is the fact that our body is a living instrument. So unlike a guitar that you just hang up on the wall, our voice is part of our everyday life. So even when you're not singing, you're picking up tension. And some of those causes of tension are the physical stressors. So it's really cold out, you get all tense. Maybe the weather, altitude, pollen, maybe the pollution in the air. I know we've been having some fires, so even that smoke can get onto your vocal folds and cause a little bit of tension. Your hydration level, alcohol consumption, smoking, acid reflux, hormones, sleep cycle, etc. These are all physical things, but I find the hardest things to avoid are the mental stressors. So that's grief, depression, anxiety, any kind of limiting belief you have. If someone told you that you are tone deaf when you were 10, that might stick with you and you might turn that into a core belief and believe it, even though that's not true. And you can imagine that's going to cause tension when you try to go and be vulnerable and try to sing. And then we also have improper technique. So if you're using your voice incorrectly, you're using the wrong muscles. If you're not using the correct ones, they're not strong enough to do the singing, what's going to happen is your extrinsic muscles, the ones that are holding your head up, are going to take over. And those are the ones that, if we strain, can lead to things like muscle tension dysphonia, which is pretty hard to get rid of. So it's worth doing the warm-up and the cool-down, right? And then we also have vocal fatigue. So I'm going to touch on this a little bit later, but not cooling down your voice is really going to hurt it. If you don't take that extra 15 minutes after a show to cool it down, you're going to get vocally fatigued, you're going to cause some tension. And then, that can lead to swollen cords, raspy voice, nodes, and the dreaded MTD. So I like to start with this because the mental stressors are definitely probably the hardest to combat. It's easy to turn the temperature down or go inside when there's pollution, but you can't really run away from your brain. So the autonomic nervous system is something that every singer should be aware of, and it is the system in your brain that controls all of the, functions in your body that we're not consciously thinking about. So this is digestion, your blood pressure, saliva production, wound healing, your body temperature. You can't actually control these by thinking about it. And one of the other controls or functions in this mode is breathing. But you can control your breathing. So by controlling your breathing, you're able to kind of control these functions as well. So the autonomic nervous system has two main divisions. There's the sympathetic mode, which we call fight or flight, and then parasympathetic mode, which is the rest and digest, which usually nobody knows what that is. We only ever hear about fight or flight. But the rest and digest is very important to a singer and a person. These are good life skills too. So when we're in that rest and digest mode, we're feeling calm. This is where you're at home and you're with your cat and you're watching Netflix. You're like totally at ease. You got a sense of calm. You've got slow, deep breaths, full vision, decreased heart rate. So you can imagine starting off a set when you're going to go sing in this mode would be ideal, right? The other thing too is in your brain. This is when you get to use your frontal lobes to make decisions, and these are the parts of your brain that take everything into account, your experience, your wisdom. This is you making logical decisions. But when we enter fight or flight mode, which you'll realize is technically performance anxiety, that frontal lobe part of your brain no longer is in control. It gets disabled and something called the amygdala takes over, and it is this structure in your brain that makes decisions not based on rational thought. And it's said to be, I think your IQ drops by 30 points when you're in this mode. So you can imagine being about to start a song, you're really nervous. If you can't control your breathing and control which mode you're in, your performance is gonna be a lot more difficult. You're gonna have a little bit more tension. And there's one other thing I want to touch on about this fight or flight mode. I have all the symptoms of it here, but if you notice near the mid there's one called hearing loss, which is technically auditory exclusion. So when you're really nervous and your body is focused on this perceived threat, something crazy happens. Your brain can't perceive sound the same way. And so if you hear three tones, you may only hear the top tone, the low tone, but you may not hear mid-range. So I get a lot of singers coming to me thinking that they're tone deaf, and it turns out, no, they're just anxious and they're in their fight or flight mode, and they can't perceive tones. So as you breathe and as you calm down, your singing gets better, your pitch gets better, and it's actually very rare to be tone deaf. I think only 2% of the population is tone deaf, and that's actually called amusia. You can look it up. All right, so ways to combat this fight or flight mode from ruining your performance is to access that breathing like I talked about. Because when we control our breath, we control our autonomic nervous system, and we get to keep it into that rest and digest mode. So I always start my warm-ups with breathing because it calms me, it keeps me in the right mode, and it kind of releases any tension that I might have. So I was at the fire pit last night, I had a couple drinks, so I need to release some of that tension, right? So I always start off with a sigh breath. This is also called a sigh of relief. I always put my acting skills to work and I really pretend that it's a sigh of relief. And it should feel good. Can we all do a sigh of relief in the room? I want you to feel how good that feels. Right? Just feels damn good. And then the other way to kind of control my breathing is you can do the 4-7-8 method, which is breathing in for 4, holding for 7 seconds, out for 8 seconds. Now, the other cool thing about this is we're extending our exhale. And when we extend our exhale, we keep our body in that rest and digest mode. So if I was to breathe with a shorter inhale, extended exhale, watch how relaxed this is. But then if I do the opposite, long inhale, short exhale, right? I could give myself a panic attack in front of you right now if I wanted to, but I'm not going to. So we want that extended exhale. And also yawning. Yawning is sometimes called the yawner's cocktail because it gives you a lot of really happy, relaxing chemicals in your brain like serotonin and dopamine. And it also stretches out some of those muscles that tend to tighten up when we're vocally tense. So the next part I do when I warm up my voice is I'll do extended long tones. Just to bring it back to the sigh for a second, singing is technically sighing on pitch. So you want to be really released with it, and you want to really get into that ebb and flow of inhale in, exhale sound. So when you are out of air, you technically should stop singing, because when you run out of air, tension is what keeps the sound going. So we think of yourself as like a car, and the air is the gas in the car. So you wouldn't try to then push the car up the mountain with brute force. You get more gas, right? So I like to do long inhales, exhales, and soft belly breathing. I'm sure you may have seen this before, but when you breathe in, your belly should come out. Right? We don't want to do high, shallow chest breathing, but your breath will we call drop as you do this. And unfortunately, it's not a switch that you can be like, I'm going to be in my rest and digest mode. It takes time. Sometimes it takes 10 minutes. Sometimes it takes 2 hours. It really depends where your mental state is in that moment. I know when I'm teaching a lesson, I'm able to drop my breath and breathe right away, and my poor student on the other side of the piano is like, super nervous and can't get into that breathing mode right away, but it comes with time, right? It's a practice. And then I get into something called SOVT exercises. Now, you've probably seen I don't know, theater kids always get a bad rap for these, but doing their like lip trills and things. I used to think they were kind of silly, and then I learned the science on it, and it totally changed my mind. So basically, SOVT stands for semi-occluded vocal tract. So that basically is a fancy way of saying that my mouth is partially closed. And what I do is I take in the air, it comes down through my vocal cords, which if you saw my slide at the beginning, you can kind of see them. They sit right where your Adam's apple would be, like this. The air comes down, and then when I go to sing, it comes back up. Now, if I'm singing with a lot of volume, I have a lot of what we call subglottic pressure. So there's all this air coming up through my vocal cords, and they have to do their dance while this air's coming up. Now, if I'm not prepared for that, if I'm not warmed up, that can put a lot of pressure on your vocal cords, and it can cause injury, or it might cause your voice to crack during your performance. So when you do a semi-occluded vocal tract exercise, that air comes up, and then you're not letting it all out, so it reflects back off the lips and comes back down. Now you've got 2 air streams. You've got one coming up and one coming down. They cancel each other out, and you're able to have your vocal cords move in a way that you can get pretty athletic with. You can go high notes and things, and you won't have as much pressure on them. So these are really these are a great way to play around in your higher vocal range and play around with different techniques. So, like I said, these are going to help prevent your vocal strain. You can use these exercises to help your stamina and your range. So, I would recommend, if you're trying to stretch your range, do it on a SOVT. So this could be lip trills, tongue trills, or if you have a straw, you can get like one of those Starbucks cups, fill it about this much, and blow into the straw, or it's more like humming. So you'd basically be like, ooh, into the straw. That water is going to cause resistance, which is going to then help with that back pressure. They also make fancy straws. I have one called my singing straw. It's rose gold, and it comes in a little case with a little cleaner, and it's really, really cute. I love it, and I bring it everywhere with me, so that's another thing you can do. They're also great for touring because they're quiet. So if you're in a hotel room, if you're in a bathroom because you don't have a green room, they're a really great way to warm up your voice without feeling silly and standing in the room being like, although there's nothing silly about it, and we shouldn't be ashamed to do our vocal exercises and warm-ups in front of people. Anyways, and then there's also, you can do partially closed sounds like DZ, so zzz. Anything that gives us that sort of resistance is going to help even out that pressure. All right, next thing I like to do is, I call them slides, but they go by many names, sirens, rainbows. You're basically moving through your whole range. So, who's heard of like chest voice and head voice? Yeah, okay. So that's like a pretty basic way to explain the lower register and the higher register. The jury's out on if we're still using those terms, but I feel like that's the way that people relate to it, and that's how, it's an easy way to kind of access that information. So the chest voice is actually controlled by a set of muscles called your thyroarytenoid muscles, and your head voice is controlled by a set of muscles called your cricothyroids. And so when you're singing through your whole range, so just say you're singing a song and you're going through all these different ranges and notes and it's bobbing up and down, you're using two different muscle groups. So you need to learn how to utilize them and work them together. Otherwise, it's going to be crack city. So I like to do the oo slide, which is where I start in my chest voice, go to my head voice, and back down. And what I'm trying to do is smooth out that natural break and make it so that there's not an audible break. So I'll show you what I mean. Ooh. So you can understand why it's called a siren. But I'm basically moving seamlessly through my two registers, and you can do those all through your range. And because wherever you are in the siren, your break is going to change position. So it's really good to try to go up, down, all the way through your range. One thing that I like to do, especially when I see students lifting their chin, ooh, it's not going to help you because you're actually closing off space that we need, is I always say for high notes, we go down to come up. So, ooh, I'm actually mitigating tension when I do that. I'm taking it out of my throat where it wants to sit, and I'm putting it into my booty and my glutes because they're bigger muscle groups and they can handle it. These are tiny, tiny singing muscles, so we want to get our body involved, especially for athletic singing, so that we can really make the most of it and not accumulate any tension. All right. And then the last thing I like to do is wake up my resonators. So who here has heard of someone like singing from their throat or has tried that themselves? Yeah, it gets tiring after a while. You're going to injure yourself. So your face is filled with all these big cavities, your nasal cavities and your sinus cavities, sorry. And when we aim the sound through those sinus cavities, we pick up vibration and we end up having a much richer sound. And it's kind of like the equivalent of singing into a cathedral. It's gonna sound beautiful. Everybody sounds beautiful when they sing in a big church. But if we don't access that, it's gonna come from our throat, and we're gonna have to work harder to try and get that sound. So these are gonna be really annoying, but we're gonna do it. So any kind of whining sound, like a na 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 na, kind of ringing in here. You'll hear that kind of buzzing sound. Sending the sound forward through my nose. Meowing, meow. Any kind of like bright, annoying sound. I always tell my students the more annoying the better. Or even just a na 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 na. You'll hear this now. Lady Gaga does this a lot. If you listen to her Diamond Heart, she's like, it's all over it. Young, wild American, head full of Jameson. So it's all really, really bright in there. That's keeping her voice healthy, and it also has a nice warm tone. All right. Okay, and then, like I was saying before, you want to get your body involved. So the singer who's singing like this is going to be really tense because the place that's the most activated is going to be in here. But there's this thing in singing called anchoring, where you want to kind of give yourself a little bit of the opposite motion somewhere else so that you don't put all the pressure and tension in your throat. So easy peasy, bending your knees. It helps me prevent tension from coming into here. You can also do lunges if you're metal, if you're screaming. Engaging our abs while singing. I have a singer-screamer that I coach, and he's really good, but he was having a lot of tension in his throat, and we noticed if he lifted his arm up that he stopped having that tension, And it's because his abs are engaging. So he's actually using more of his support to help him. So now, and it's awesome, it fits his music perfectly, because he'll just be like, yeah! And it like comes out seamlessly, whereas before it was like getting caught. So using your body, think of this like a sport. That's why this segment is called the athletic vocalist, because you're an athlete. These are muscles that you're using and strengthening. They're just really tiny. And the last thing, and this is super, super important, is after the performance, you're not done. You have to cool down. So just like a marathon runner would do his run and then stretch, it's the same thing. If you sing for 45 minutes and your vocal cords are stretching, because that's what they're doing. Whenever we sing high, they're stretching really long and really thin, and then when we sing or talk low, they come back down really short and fat. So if you've been up here for 45 minutes singing your heart out, and they're stretching and stretching, filling with blood, filling with lactic acid, and then you just walk off the stage, crack open an ice cold beer, and then expect your voice to be okay the next morning, that's not going to happen. You haven't released the lactic acid, you haven't brought them back down to their regular size. So you want to kind of bring them back down to where you sit naturally for your speaking range. So what I would do is those SOVT exercises that we talked about, but coming back down. So because I'm up here, now I'm coming down trying to bring my vocal cords shorter. So or anything that kind of brings it back down. Yeah, so descending scales. Yawning and sighing, again. I know I mentioned muscle tension dysphonia before, and that is usually muscles in your neck here. You'll feel the tension right here. And yawning and sighing, that's usually what gets stretched. There's also something called the platysma stretch you can do. This is great for screamers as well, because you can see their necks bulging on stage a lot of times. And I'll just show it here. And it gets it right here. And that was given to me to my voice doctor, because I actually did get muscle tension dysphonia when I was in my early 20s, and I was screaming in a band. My technique was perfect. I was warming up my voice, but I wasn't cooling down. And so I had to go see a voice doctor and learn how to undo the tension that I had done. And when you get muscle tension dysphonia, basically what happens is you haven't been taking care of your voice gets so tense, your larynx and all the surrounding muscles get so tense that they actually shift. So your larynx is supposed to sit like this, and mine was shifted backwards. So I was working extra hard to try to make sound because I had so much tension that I wasn't relieving out of my throat. So really, really, really important. It's worth taking the 10 minutes to cool down your voice. Please do it. Don't learn the way I did. And then also, if you're thinking about doing this professionally, I really, really suggest getting a steamer. I mean, if you think about it too, if we go back to the marathon runner, having a hot bath after a huge run, you can imagine how good that feels on your muscles. Same thing. These muscles have been working really, really, really hard. Taking that steam in is going to release some of that tension. It's also going to offer topical hydration. So instead of having to drink a cup of water and wait the 60 to 90 minutes for it to get to your vocal cords, goes right on those babies, keeps them moist, keeps them happy, and it takes about 10 minutes. So steaming is really, really important. And tongue stretches too. So just making sure you're really treating it like a sport. And all of these can be applied to any kind of vocalist. There's no differentiation. So if you're singing opera, if you're singing rock, if you're screaming, it's all the same. I'd say like the main takeaways here are make sure that you're really using that ebb and flow. So the air comes in, sound comes out. When there's no more air, you stop. That's when you're going to really, really hurt yourself. And warming up and cooling down. All right, so that's all I have for you guys today. I don't know if we have questions. Yeah? Okay, cool. I see a hand. Yes. Oh, you get a microphone too.
Oh, hi.
Hey.
Hey, this is my place then.
Yeah.
When I used to sing I still sing, but when I would start, I used to like to drink hot tea or something before to just kind of, because otherwise, you're already jagging.
Yeah.
And then I'd have my shot of tequila, right? Like that just was my thing because it relaxed me, right?
For sure, yeah.
And that would be the only one I'd have all night. But what I found is if I drank mint tea, my voice disappeared. Now, I just figured it's something in the mint that maybe relaxes it too much or something. But then if it's disappearing before when you do it, is it okay to drink mint tea after the show?
Well, I actually love mint tea, so you picked the right person to ask this question to, because I drink mint tea all the time.
Soothe, right?
But the thing about tea is that when we drink it, it doesn't actually go on your vocal cords. It goes down the esophagus as opposed to the air tube. It's leaving me right now. So yeah, your epiglottis comes down and blocks it. So it's not actually going to be going into your vocal cords. Yeah. But I mean, some flavors are stronger than others. I sometimes feel like when I sing in the studio, when I have a recording, I just drink hot water. I don't even put a tea bag in it. Because sometimes I feel like, I don't know, it's like, it could be mental, I'm not sure. But I feel like there's like a residue there, and it's like kind of, I don't know, it just doesn't clear it as
like
much.
My voice gets airy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure, because like it's not really, like I said, touching your vocal cords at all.
Yeah.
But so there should be absolutely no problem drinking it after. That would be my answer for you. It's weird that that's happening, but listen to your body, right?
Yep. So I just didn't know if it was something I should just stay away from.
No, I mean, I know chamomile is supposed to have some relaxation properties, so that might be a better choice for you. Because mint's a pretty strong flavor.
Yeah. Cool.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes.
Gotta get one. So I'm an artist myself, and I take a lot of vocal training and everything. But I've got a little stepson right here who's getting into the idea of singing. And I want to start giving him the pointers and tips and tricks that I know. But I don't know how to teach a kid how to sing from the beginning. You know what I mean? Like, you can teach them the bass line, but what would you say is your best bet to kind of start teaching the young ones how to start doing it?
It's funny because I do have a range of students. I have as young as 9, I have people in their 20s, 30s, and then I have old as 73. So yeah, definitely different teaching techniques for different age groups. With the young ones, I find the most important thing is just like really feeding that passion. So if it's fun for them, they're gonna stick with it. If you make it like, no, you have to do this, you're gonna kill their spirit. So I like to follow their passion. I like to teach student-led lessons, so I'm really making sure that they're enjoying it. As they mature and as they get older, if they've been nurturing that passion and they're trying to sing new things and they're struggling, that's when you get to be like, hey, you're having a little bit of an issue here. Do you want any help? Can I help you? And then you can kind of show it to them. And then also to like, at the end of the day, every singer wants a balanced voice. So you want to be able to sing your chest voice and your head voice, because that's how you're gonna get your mixed voice, and that's how you're gonna be able to do that transition. So get them to sing in a variety of voices, like their chest voice, which is closer to their speaking voice, head voice, a little bit higher. I mean, it's different when you're a kid, but, and then doing get them to understand how to do lip trills and tongue trills, because learning that as an adult, as I have seen a lot of my students, they're like, what do you want me to do with my tongue? Are you joking? So like, make sure they can do that, because then they're gonna save so much money in the long run when they go for lessons, and they can already do all the exercises. So yeah, tongue trills, lip trills, and singing in all the voices.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, any other questions about singing, screaming, warming up, cooling down? We're good? Yes.
So I have a lot of friends who the main thing that would make them a better singer is breathing correctly.
Yeah.
I mean, you know this.
Yes.
How do you gently tell people they're not breathing correctly, and that would make their singing like 30% better just there?
Yeah, I mean, you could breathe with them. If you're in a band with them and you're like, hey, let's do our breathing exercises, you could be like, or you could be like, hey, I met this really cool chick. Her name's Harley Olivia. You should watch this video.
Go hire her.
I mean, I can tell when someone's not speaking what we call on breath or on voice. They can also go into like Kim Kardashian territory where it's like this, like they're really running out of air and they're really just like trying to get their chords together to like make the sound. That's gonna hurt you in the long run. I mean, the theater kid in me wants to be like, hey, you should speak on voice, use air. I mean, you could, it depends how close you are to them, I guess. You could be like, hey, you know what? You really should take a breath. You seem a little tight.
That works very well, actually. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. You're not saying that they're a bad singer. They're just, you want to hear that ebb and flow in their voice. Yes.
Just when you said that, that reminded me of my other question,
Perfect.
which was when you were talking about the sound through your nose. And see, growing up, we were all taught, oh, don't sing through your nose. Like you should learn to sing with your nose plugged and all this stuff. But you're basically saying go for it.
So different vocal styles and different ranges in your voice are gonna need a different recipe. So yeah, if you're singing more operatically, nothing's happening in there. It's all coming out my mouth. But if I'm belting, the secret sauce for belting is nasal resonance. You cannot belt without nasal resonance. It all needs to come forward. So you can hear it. If you hear any high note in any singer, I challenge you to find one that doesn't have a little bit of that buzzing, twangy sound in there.
That's good because like I'm in my 60s and I still get that guilty feeling when
Oh my
I do
gosh.
that.
Honestly, I think when people, like, a lot of people learn in churches where they're like, oh, and it's very like, even where you're from can do it. My dad's British, and he has a hard time accessing that just because the British language isn't very forward sounding.
Right.
Whereas if you're from Texas, you've got access to that like no other. So everybody has a different relationship to finding that sound. Yeah, I've even had a student who had, it was really hard for him to find it because he gets nosebleeds, and he revealed to me that he's had his nasal passage cauterized like 10 times. So sending that sound forward was traumatic for him.
Yeah.
So everybody has a different relationship to it, but singing higher, you definitely want to kind of access that.
Like, because I've had the one side here from having a broken nose is very, very narrow, so it does make a difference in how it sounds. But
Well,
I'm glad that it's
Yeah, no,
I know
it's-
it's silly, but it's just
No,
like
I
that
totally know
guilt
what you
kinda,
mean.
I keep trying to stop myself without thinking I'm stopping myself.
Yeah.
From doing it, and I don't like the sound.
The only time where nasality might not be what you want is if the reason it's happening is because your tongue is coming up and it's blocking the air, so
Right.
it has to come through your nose. But if your tongue is flat and you're trying to do that and you're trying to send it forward, then that's a healthy sound.
Good, because I do a lot of belting. Okay, thank you.
No, good question. Awesome.
Do I get to ask one?
Yeah, of course.
So if someone's gone through, I can't remember the acronym, was the dreaded, what did you say it was?
MTD,
MTD.
muscle tension dysphonia, yeah.
And how would you tell that that's something that's occurred?
So if you're singing, if you're working harder to make the same sounds, like I know for me, it really showed up in my screaming. So I'd go to scream, and usually screaming feels like nothing. It's just sort of like static in your throat. But it was killing me, and I was like, that's a problem. And then singing higher notes, I noticed these two muscles here were like on fire, because those were the ones that were working overtime instead of my intrinsic muscles, which should have been working. But as humans, we're stubborn, right? When we can't keep singing, instead of stopping, we just push with more tension. So really getting to know your body and know what is your normal, it's gonna put you in a better position when something is wrong, because then you're gonna be like, ding, 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 alarm bell, this isn't right for me. So yeah,
Just to follow up there is, if you've identified that that's something that you're going through as a vocalist,
Yeah.
and you had to deal with it, I think is what you said.
Yep.
How do you, what's the regimen of training to get yourself back into shape then?
So I went to the Voice Clinic in Toronto. I will preach their name forever. Aaron Lowe is the ENT there, and he's amazing. He's worked with like Ozzy Osbourne and like some of the greats. So I definitely trust him with my voice. But basically, first thing was I got a scope to make sure it wasn't nodes or anything actually on my vocal cords that were causing the issue. And then I went to Aaron, and once I found out that I was clear and everything looked good, and they do laryngeal massage, so massaging some of that tension out of your muscles in your throat. It's kind of painful. My friend gets it done, and she calls it a torture massage. So, yeah, it's not the most pleasant thing. And then we did a lot of SOVT exercises to kind of help my vocal cords make sound without tension. I basically had to kind of, I don't want to say relearn how to make those sounds, but I had to really lean into my technique for a while. And then cooling down, that was the thing. That is what we identified as what caused it for me. So he basically told me, I think I was like 25, and he was like, okay, you've got like 5 more years of like being okay, being like one of those musicians that sort of like rolls out of bed and just is awesome. But like once you hit 30, like if you don't have a plan, you could hurt yourself. So I got a steamer the next day, and I've been taking care of my voice ever since. So
Wow.
yeah, but it honestly depends on you, and it depends on your body. For me, the muscle tension dysphonia, I only needed 1 checkup, and then I took it and ran with it, and I did those exercises, and I was probably fine within a few months. But then I know people who it took a year because of their age or because of whatever reasons about them. But anyways, yeah, so it's really dependent on who you are, how your body is, and how long it's been going on for.
Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah.
Sorry. This question is, because I know a few people have asked me about this, is how does snoring affect your vocal cords? Because I know some pretty heavy snorers, and they wake up and you actually feel like you have a cold and a sore throat every morning.
Yeah, it's funny. My partner's here and he snores, and I want to be like, it's terrible. You should stop. Honestly, if you're breathing through your mouth at night, you're probably drying it out because you're not filtering it through your nose. So you're definitely going to be drying out your vocal cords overnight, which is maybe why you feel like they have that discomfort and feel like they've been using their vocal cords all night, because they have. I'm pretty sure the actual sound of the sound of the snore, that kind of whatever, is actually the folds above the vocal folds. So I don't think they're actually moving. But yeah, it's definitely going to be drying, which your vocal cords are covered with this sort of wet layer called an epithelium. I always think of like chicken breasts, like that weird layer. That's kind of what's on it, and it needs to stay moist. So if it's dry, they're gonna then work harder the next day to try to move because they don't have enough moisture to like work properly.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello.
Hi.
I know you mentioned 10 minutes to cool down.
Yeah.
What do you know what the right amount of time is to warm up?
So, I mean, general rule, the harder you're going at your performance, the longer you want to stay at the spa. So if you're like really belting, really screaming, or even just like singing for a long period of time, you're going to want to do a little bit longer of a cool down to release that. And even warm-ups, like you might want to do a little bit of I want to say longer warm-up, but I don't mean like athletic warm-up. I mean like breathing, getting yourself ready. Yeah, I would say I generally do about 15 minutes. My steamer, the one that I showed in the last slide there, the Pure Mist steamer, it holds a charge for 30 minutes. So it's perfect. For my warm-up, I breathe into it for 15 minutes, do my like lip trills in it, or whatever, and then I use it again for 15 minutes and do my cool down. So it's kind of timed out for me, which is kind of nice. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And Kevin is gone. Oh, no, you're there.
Okay. Thank you, Harley.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
If you have any other questions, I'm here all week. I've wanted to say that forever. Thanks.
right, everybody. Thank you so much. Gussapolooza 2024. We're here at the MTAV Bar and Stage, the multi-tech audiovisual bar and stage, doing seminars all day long. And then we have some artists coming up after the seminars, so stick around. Up next, we've got Melly. She is with the Canadian Musicians Co-op, and she started writing songs at the age of 9 to cope with some mental depression, a long battle with mental depression. Nearly 16 years later, she's gained over 2 million followers across all social media with her covers and her original songs. She shares her journey of learning guitar with her audience. You can follow her, all the social media handles at Melly Baby Music, so look her up. But without further ado, here she is. Melly, thank you so much.
Hello. How is everyone today? Good, good. You ready to learn about songwriting? Okay, so I'm also a performer, but songwriting is my main love. This is what got me into music in the first place. So today what we're going to be talking about is, I'm not going to be going over the basic stuff of, like song structure and all that. I'm going to be talking about like the key pieces, like, have you guys ever heard of Max Martin? He did like Hit Me Baby One More Time and a million other songs. So he's got a lot of, I've studied his work a lot, and so I'm going to be touching on a bit of that stuff, as well as I had a songwriting mentor in LA named Symphony Green, and she taught me about the what and the why of songwriting, and also how to shake off writer's block and devising your own songwriting philosophy. So the key pieces of songwriting, obviously, are melody and lyrics. But melody is king. So you want to make sure that the lyrics are serving the melody. So whether you have lyrics first or melody first, the melody is the most important part. So that doesn't mean that you want to like discredit the lyrics, but if you have to change something, you don't want to change the melody to fit the lyrics. You want to make sure that you're changing the lyrics to fit the melody, basically. And part of melodic math is you don't want to make like if the verse is wordy per se, you don't want to make the chorus wordy as well, because then that's just a lot of words. So you want to have like a kind of opposite structure. So, for example, if the verse is wordy, you want to make the chorus less wordy. And so, like, vice versa, so on and so forth. So, you don't want to make the melody too complicated, though, in any of your songs. So you want to fit the syllables to lines of the melody. So, for example, what I have here is an example of the chorus, like, number of syllables. So, like, the first word will have 5, then 6, then 8. Then we're going to do 5, 6, then 12. Then 5, 6, then 8, and 5, 6, then 12. That's like an A, B song or rhyming structure, which are all of you familiar with the structures, the A, B? Yep, good. Okay, we don't have to go over that then. Okay. So this is kind of this is another part. So like a melodic motif. Has anyone heard of that before? Yeah. So basically, Max suggests that you only use 3 to 4 melodic parts per song. So you can recycle parts. For example, I think one of the songs he uses as an example is E.T. by Katy Perry, how the melody is actually recycled in the verse and the chorus, but then there's different sections. So like the pre-chorus, I think, changes. And this is an example of a motif. So it's arrangement of 3 or 4 notes that repeat again and again and again. So it usually stays the same. Sometimes it can change a little bit, like in Lover by Taylor Swift, it goes, my. That's the motif. Lover, that's not the motif. But it's usually the catchy part, the part that you remember. So I, those are the notes. Now, for lyrics, you want to make sure that the chorus hits before the 1 minute. So you can either start off the song with the chorus or the chorus comes in later. But usually for songs that are popular on the radio, you want to make sure that the chorus hits before the 1 minute mark. Because if you don't, then people will probably lose interest, or they're going to get lost in the song. They're not going to know what the catchy part is. And especially these days when people are kind of they have a shorter attention span due to social media. So every hit song has the what and the why. So the what is what is the song about? And then the why is the song about that? So the what could be, today I am very hot, okay? Why? Because it's sunny outside. That's just a very basic example. So usually in the hook is where the what and the why is, but even in other songs that are structured AABA or AACA, where there's no chorus, it's just verse, verse, bridge, verse, which an example is Yesterday by the Beatles, for those of you who know that song. But the why always comes after the what, because you have to explain what is happening before. You can't be it's, you could, but usually it makes the most sense to the listener if you say what the what is before the why. And so I'm going to give you guys a couple examples. This is my first presentation, so I did not download the videos, so we can't listen to the song, so I'm going to sing them for you guys. So the first one is Believe by Cher, which is do you believe in life after love? I can feel something inside me say, I really don't think you're strong enough, no. So does everyone get the lyrics to that? Do you believe in life after love? I can feel something inside me say it, I really don't think you're strong enough. Does anyone want to take a guess at what they think the what is? No one wants to guess. No one, no, yeah. Yeah, do you believe in life after love? Okay. Is the what. And then the why is, I can feel something inside me say, I really don't think you're strong enough. Which is kind of confusing because it's the what is technically a question, but then the next one is Yesterday by the Beatles, which since we're just going to go. So it's yesterday, all my troubles seem so far away. That's the song. And the what is, all my troubles seem so far away. Now it looks as though they're here to stay. And then the why is, oh, I believe in yesterday. And then suddenly, I'm not half the man I used to be. There's a shadow hanging over me, the why. Oh, yesterday came suddenly. So does anyone have a song, a popular song, that they want to tell the crowd, and we can kind of pick out the what and the why as an example? No? Yes? Maybe? You look like you know a song. No one knows a song that's on the radio right now. Yes? Oh, great. It doesn't have to be on the radio right now. Oh, yeah. So, hey, yeah, hey, yeah. I said, hey, what's going on? That's interesting. I would have to look at the lyrics because I feel like the what is what's going on, and then the why is probably in the verses. Because every song, sometimes the what is the catchy part, and then the why is the verses. So, my phone's over there, so I can't look at the lyrics, but thank you for that song suggestion. But that's going to be my guess, is that the what's going on is the what, without looking at them, but don't hold me to that. Okay, so writer's block. I have actually experienced writer's block a lot in my life, at different points in my life. And I've talked to a lot of different people about what they do or strategies they use to kind of like get over that, okay? So what I like to do when I have writer's block is I don't push myself. I kind of just let myself rest. If I can't think of anything, then like nothing, if I force myself, it's not gonna be good, it's not gonna sound good, I'm gonna make myself more tired. And usually when I'm having writer's block, it means that like I need a break, I need to just chill, I need to relax, I need to recharge. Because with art, like I'm sure most of you know, like you can't just be go, go, go all the time, you have to let it come naturally. So another thing that somebody suggested to me was trying to take a different approach. So if you start writing with the melody, maybe try starting with like a poem, like writing lyrics. Or if you start writing with just sitting down with your guitar or your piano, maybe try writing to like a track, like doing a top line. You could write in a different genre. I love to write in different genres. All the time, just to, you know, make sure I don't get stuck in a certain pattern of, you know, I like to be versatile, make sure I can write across all genres. So not all genres. I wouldn't say that I am good at rapping, but you can also try relocating. So I know that whenever I go to a different place, I'm always super inspired. But if I stay there for a long time, then I kind of get stuck in this like, okay, I've used up all my creative juices here, and so I'll try and like relocate. Like if I'm writing a song in my bedroom every single day for like 20 years, then I'm gonna get stifled probably more often than if I, you know, go walk to the park down the street, or if, you know, you have the time and the money, you could go take a trip somewhere, do like a songwriting trip, or you could go to your friend's house and write in their backyard if they have a cool backyard. And that's another thing is like co-writing can help with writer's block, because especially if you're comfortable with that person that you're writing with, co-writing can kind of help you like approach things in a different way that you are not used to, right? How many people here have done co-writes before? Okay, only a couple people. How many people want to do co-writes? No one? A couple people? You do? You want to do co-writes? You have done co-writes? Okay, who likes co-writing more than writing by themselves? Really? That's so interesting. That's really cool. I like co-writing. I find I always write differently while I'm co-writing, because you're always with a different energy, right? You're with a different person who approaches things differently than you do, and maybe makes you think about things differently than you normally would. So that can help you get out of writer's block, right? And you can also use other songs for inspiration. So many people do this, like Surfing USA. You know, it's like, everybody na 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 was inspired by a Chuck Berry song. While I was preparing for this presentation, I watched like a video on songs that were famous songs that were inspired by other famous songs, and some of them are like the exact same. And I'm like so confused how they did not get sued. But yeah, maybe don't do it like that. But yeah. This was a video I was gonna play, but that's okay. That was my fault. So you have to always do what works for you. Songwriting is a very personal thing, and what works for you might not work for someone else. And also, just because you get along with someone doesn't mean you're gonna write the best song together, or you're gonna have the best co-write. But also, just because you don't have a good co-write doesn't mean you won't have a good co-write next time. You know, art is strange. It's never the same. You know, you can never paint the same painting. Just because you write a song one day doesn't mean you could write the exact same song the next day. And so you shouldn't be afraid to try new things, even if you have an approach that works for you, or you know what works for you and you're like, okay, this is what works for me, this works every time, I'm gonna do this. Don't be afraid to try something else that somebody suggests where they're trying to pull you out of your comfort zone, especially in a co-write. And never be closed-minded to trying new approaches for songwriting, because you never know what might happen. And yeah, this was a lot. I feel like a lot of information at once. I tend to be a fast talker. So does anyone have questions or anything they want to talk about more? Yes.
Yeah, there is.
Hi, thank you for coming and doing this. I wanted to ask you about splits.
Yes.
And so, when does the discussion come up? When do you decide who gets what? Because obviously that's not something you want to
Yeah.
afterwards, after the song's been recorded and released. So yeah.
So there's two different ways you can go about it. Usually, what I like to do is I like to do kind of just whoever works on the song gets an equal split. So if it's me and my friend, we get 50-50. No matter, especially if we're writing together frequently, because one day I might give 90% and she might give 10%, but the next day, she might give 90% and I might give 10%, so it'll even its way out. Or you can do, how much you feel that you contributed to the song. So if you feel like you did 60%, then you're like, hey, but I would say you should pick which one you're going to do and discuss that with your co-writer at the beginning of the co-write, not after the song's written. Just in case, because what if you write this amazing song and then you're not on the same page, right? Then nothing can happen with that song. So I would say if you are clear on which way you kind of want to go about it, then you discuss that at the beginning, and then if you choose the one where you pick the percentages, then at the end, after the song is written and done, then I would sit down. And also make sure no matter who it is, it could be your best friend, it could be your cousin, you want to make sure it's in writing. Yes, thank you for your question.
The verbal agreement it rarely works.
No,
Yes,
does
in my
not work.
experience, Yeah. Yeah,
Especially if it does well.
Well, that's just it, right? And I've had situations where, so I'm a record producer, but I've had producers, add a line or change one melody, and afterwards, after everything's been done, they ask for a percentage point. And so to me, that is almost the wrong time to be discussing it as well, because it should be discussed right at the time when you're, but as a producer, you also have, responsibility to inject a certain amount of, the song structure. You're doing certain things that are part of your job, which you're already being paid to do. So obviously you don't,
Yeah, I think it's definitely something that you want to make sure, if somebody is going to add in a line or or a word or something, I think kind of maybe not in that exact moment, but very soon after, whether it's later that day or the next morning, be like, hey, by the way, do you want a percent for this? How much? And make sure that that's clear, right away.
And I think songwriters need to understand that that's also something that happens, as opposed to, well, you didn't do anything, or you just changed one line. That's not, but that is still songwriting. So everyone needs to be on the same page as to,
I agree, and I think that whether you see it as one line or not, that could be one line that makes or breaks the song. So I think it's a very uncomfortable thing, especially for songwriters who are very emotional people, to talk about business and money and splits. So I would encourage you to not be shy, because in my experience, I respect people who are very upfront about that. So makes my life easy no one wants to start that conversation, but it makes my life easy to be like, oh yeah, okay, we can talk about this. Thank you. Yes?
I'm going to ask the next question for you. So, as someone who loves doing co-writes, I find that a lot of people who I initiate the co-writes with are always a little nervous. I find, especially in this city, a lot of people tend to be anxious about songwriting and co-writing with other people, because they're like, what if the session doesn't go well, or what if something doesn't come out? So I would love to hear your perspective on, let's say you're in a co-write with somebody and it's not really, there's not really much happening. Maybe you don't write a hit that day, which I know you don't always do. But what's your advice to somebody who's in that co-writing session who's like, oh, we're not getting anything? How can you navigate it to make it a little bit more positive, so that even if you don't get a hit, or how can you maybe navigate the conversation to start writing something different and make it a more positive experience so that people don't leave discouraged,
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think what I like to do when I'm doing a co-write is I never do the co-write the first time I'm meeting the person. I always like to, like, you know, grab coffee or do something that's like I get to know the person and who they are as a person. They get to know me. But then when we're doing the co-write, if one idea isn't exactly working, I just simply say, hey, do you want to try a different idea? And we can come back to this idea if, you know, we're inspired to come back to it, or if we think of something for it. Just so that, like, you know, like, if you get through a couple ideas, and also, like, it's hard because you want to make sure that that person feels comfortable to, like, come back to you and be like, you know, like, you can't base the first co-write off, or the person and how well you write together off the first session, right? So I know everyone wants the first session to go well, but if it's not, then I would say, yeah, just be honest and just be like, let's try a different idea. We can come back to this one if we feel like it. You know, this is a great idea. I love it. But I can't think of anything else right now. Let's try something else. Or you could always, like, try suggesting, like, relocating. Like, if you guys are in one room, maybe try moving to a different room, or going outside, or coming inside, or something like that. Or taking a break. Maybe going out, getting coffee, getting a snack, depending how much time you have. And then, because that can also, like, help, like, break up the part. You guys can actually have conversations about your life. Like, you know, you'll get to know them more, and they'll get to know you more. So,
Can I just
does
add
that help?
one? Yeah, it does. And just because I think it's a really good thing to hear these kind of conversations, because like I said, so many people do get discouraged. Can you give one piece of advice to somebody? Let's say nothing happens from that session. What's one thing you could tell an artist to not discourage them to continue to co-write? You know what I mean?
That happens to everyone. Everyone goes through a co-write where nothing happens. Everyone. And if you don't, please tell me what you're doing, because I would like to know. But everyone experiences that, and I would say 9 times out of 10, the person that you co-wrote with is not judging you for it. They're probably feeling the exact same way you are, regardless of what level they're at. They're also probably feeling like, oh, this person's never going to want to write with me again, like blah, 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 blah. They're probably in their head too. So try and keep that in mind. And yeah. Yes?
Perfect. So I was wondering how you deal with, if you're doing a co-write, kind of artists wanting to go in kind of different directions, or where they think the music should be going. How do you deal with, like, differences of opinions in that?
I think that depends. It really depends on who you're writing the song for. So sometimes in a co-write, you can kind of just write a song, and then you're like, oh, okay, like, this sounds more like you. Or, like, if you're not an artist, it could be like, this sounds like this artist, or sounds like it's for this artist, or whatever. But I would try and be clear at the beginning, like, your intention for the co-write. Like, if you're like, okay, let's sit down and let's write a song for you. Let's say I'm just a writer. I'm like, okay, let's get into a room, let's sit down and let's write you a song. Or if I'm an artist and there's 3 artists sitting down, then we should be like, okay, let's write a song and see who it fits the best. Or let's write a song for me. Or, you know, like, be clear with the intention of who you're writing a song for, because if you're writing a song for person A and person A doesn't connect with the song, then it doesn't make sense, right? So person A would have the most kind of say over if they feel like that song is for them, because, you know, they're the person that's going to be singing it or doing whatever with it. But if you are writing in just a group of songwriters and nobody's an artist, then that's difficult. I feel like maybe that idea isn't something that you guys should be writing together, because clearly you have different opinions on it. And maybe try saying, hey, let's work on a different idea that we both feel similarly about.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have questions? Yes. Got to go all the way to the other side of the room.
Okay, this is a bit of a confusing situation, so I'm not sure where you would go with it. But like I was co-writing with someone, and we'd been working at stuff all week, and then of course just we were getting burnt out, really tired. We were 2/3 way through a song. We'd already talked about where that song was going to go at the end, like how it was going to come together, and then decided to take a break because we said we'll be back in a couple hours, take a break and everything. So I went, had a nap, get up. He has finished the song completely not at all what I liked at all, and it's supposed to be for me to sing, but has meanwhile already copied it and sent it into SOCAN. So now then what is there anything I can do? Like, can I just take that 2/3 of the song and then finish it the way I think it was supposed to be? Or is it just basically out of my hands now?
I think you should be able to take what you wrote if it was a perfect world. That's a difficult one. I think if I would have a conversation with this person, I know you may not be in the
I
best.
did.
Okay. What did they say? Did they say like, yeah, you can take what you wrote?
No, he just said, "Oh, we were just running out of time, so I had to get it done." And that's all. That was his only reply.
Okay. Was this like a paid session? Like what?
No, we were both writing together for an album.
You're both writing together.
Yeah,
Interesting.
we'd already done like 7 songs together.
Oh wow. 7 songs, and this is the first time that's happened.
Yeah, it's just like,
And you didn't like
And
it,
it's so cliche at the end.
and
It's
you
so
communicated that you didn't like it.
very much so. Yes.
Okay, but you liked what you had before.
Yeah, I liked what we wrote before.
Okay, so I mean, what you could do is you could try finishing the song your way and submitting it to him and seeing what he thinks. Or you could, that's weird.
It is. It's really
I'm
weird.
so sorry that happened to
I
you.
think he's losing it, but I can't say that for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the song is like totally cliche ending, which is like not normal. Yeah, here. Maybe you have an answer. I just didn't know.
Yeah, if anyone else has an answer to that one.
What would they be open to, just saying, well, that's a rendition of the song? Because sometimes there's multiple renditions or applications of a work, right? And say, like, that's that interpretation of the song, but we're going to release multiple, and so you can register, you know what I mean? Your interpretation of it, because I think,
That's true.
right?
Yeah, you could do multiple renditions of it.
They didn't send it for distribution, did they, or just through SOCAN? So the good thing about SOCAN is that's just for like he said, the renditions. Those are just for your writing, right? So it's not actually distribution. That's just the creativity aspect. So what you could do is just say, okay, look, I personally didn't love that song. This is what I think our royalty should be for that version of it, and then create the other one the way you want and do that a 50-50 situation. Because I understand why he threw it on SOCAN. It's probably just because we wrote the song. It needs to go up there so that no one ever steals our work, and it's there, right? So he just put it on there. If it was distribution, it would be a totally different story. I'd be like, absolutely not. Take it down. That's not what I want. But if it's something like through SOCAN, I would just say, it's a rendition that's written. You now have that kind of legally bound to you, but you can take what you feel you deserve from that and give what he deserves, and then you can create the rendition you want. Kind of like how Taylor Swift did her new thing, where it's like Taylor's way, you know what I mean? So that would be my best recommendation. Yeah.
That's great advice. Thank you. Yeah, that is not a situation I have ever come across, but I guess that is definitely something that is good to know, and you're probably not the only one that has experienced that, so. Yeah, don't do that again. Yeah. Oh, wow. Does anyone else have any other questions? Yes.
I need the microphone. So you've talked a lot about co-writing. What is your process like for when you're writing by yourself? What does that look like?
I write songs in a lot of different ways. Basically, my best songs come from something I just hear. I'm like, it's like a light bulb goes on in my head. I'm like, whoa. And like, That's So Raven. It's like a That's So Raven moment, for those who know that show. But, and then I'll sit down and it just like comes out of me. But if I'm sitting down to write a song, I usually grab my guitar and I just start singing and playing whatever. Or I will find like a whatever genre I'm doing. So like, let's say pop rock type beat on YouTube for inspiration for like what kind of feel I'm going for. And then that usually helps me come up with melodies, and then I'll go and create my own kind of chords that I want to go with it. And I'm also a melody writer, so melody is the thing that I always start with. But if I can't find a good word to go with it, then the melody's kind of pointless. So to me anyway, that's my process.
And what are some of your most favorite co-write sessions that you've done?
Ooh. I did this one co-write when I went to Song Studio in Toronto years ago with these two other young women. We were all I think 16 though, so we were still kids. But it was interesting because we just sat down. We had this little keyboard thing that was really small and not a real keyboard, and we wrote this song that I really like, and I think we all really liked it. We wrote it in an hour, and it was great, and it felt really easy. I also had another co-write when I was in Nashville for this songwriter girl camp with this. I think I was 15 at the time, and this woman was probably a bit older than me, and so I was like, how is this going to work? Also, I hadn't done a lot of co-writes at the time because I was 15, and we wrote this hilarious song. It was a joke song because at first we were like, okay, what do we write about? Because they had put us in groups, right? And they were like, everyone's going to present these songs at the end, and everyone wrote all these serious songs, and we just were we wrote this joke song, and we thought it was hilarious because we couldn't come up with anything that was that we liked that was a serious song. So we're like, all right, let's just write the silliest song we can think of. So I guess that's another thing you could do if you're in a co-write and nothing's happening, is you could just write a joke song. You could write the silliest song that you can think of, and then that also that's something you'll remember years later as well as a positive experience. Thank you for that question. Does anyone else have other questions?
Have you used AI as a songwriting tool? And if you haven't, someone's had to ask this. And if you haven't, what do you foresee its uses in the future?
I used it once just to see what it would do, and I didn't like it. I thought it came up with good good lyrics, but it was very repetitive, and every time I put in a different prompt, it was the exact same kind of flow per se. I think in the future, it's learning, I know. I personally don't really love that idea, but I know that it will be something that we're going to all have to adapt to and use in the future. But in the future, probably it's going to, I would say, aid songwriters. So maybe if there's a co-write that you can't come up with anything, maybe it would come up with a prompt or something that you could use, if you're experiencing writer's block or something like that. I would say that's my optimistic brain.
Just going back to your process, do you have any advice for when an idea comes to you, but you're out and about, you don't necessarily have your guitar or anything to capture the melody in your mind? I personally try to repeat it. I tell myself, yeah, I'll totally remember that later, and I never do.
Yeah, I know the feeling. I would say try and, are you a person that is a melody or a word writer?
Melody.
Melody. And there's been times where you don't have the phone, or a phone with you, a voice memo or anything.
Yeah, I guess a voice memo would work. I
Like
feel
a voice memo
keyboard
could
on
work,
my
but I
phone-
know it's not exactly how you envision it, and it's like you can never go back to it. But if you can come up with words, even if they're not the permanent words,
Yeah.
and you write down the words, I always find that'll help me remember the melody. If I have words and I'm like, okay, like I can change the words, but it'll remind you, if you have the words that are exactly like the syllables you hear and like the cadence and everything about that melody, you're more likely to remember it than just trying to remember a melody just by itself. If you don't have access to like a voice note on your phone or something.
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Anyone else?
So I was a few minutes late coming in, so I don't know if we already touched on this or not, so apologies if you did. But
That's okay.
do you have any advice for just like getting out of writer's block?
Yeah, so writer's block. I would say the best thing that I would do is try and change your environment. So, going outside, or if you have the time and the money, going on a trip or going into a different room. Also, don't push yourself. If you're experiencing writer's block, that usually means you need a break to recharge those creative juices. And also co-writing, because people can, help inspire something in you that you couldn't pull out yourself.
I just wrote a column about this actually, but one thing that some people don't really do a lot, and I've been testing this, is to listen to music, even your own music, really, really quietly on headphones, so that you can just barely make out what's going on, and then sometimes it's like it generates ideas that you wouldn't have normally thought of. Yeah, either a song that you're
Interesting.
working on or even someone else's song, but so that you can just barely make it out, the melody, whatever it is, and then sometimes some things click. Or use AI. Well, to touch on that though, because there's actually a seminar about AI tomorrow, I believe. But if you're using it as an intended tool, as far as like, give me a rhyme for said word, give me this, can instruct it as a tool, because you're looking at me anyway. I look up rhyme zone or whatever. Just so,
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
I'm still using a tool to do that. It's just that AI is facilitating your route to that.
AI is just filtering out all the words that you don't even know how to pronounce.
Right. Yeah. But also you don't want it to take the fun out of the craft of songwriting. Like it's not intended to replace the human beauty of writing a song. It's just, it shouldn't, right? It should be leveraged.
It shouldn't, yeah, exactly. If you use it as a tool, like AI, if you use it as a tool, an aid, instead of a crutch, or then I think it's a great thing. And, I think a lot of people don't know how to use it that way yet. So,
Yeah.
This is a put it on the spot question. Have you
Okay.
ever gone to write a song but couldn't write it, or didn't want to finish writing it even though you knew it was a good song because you were afraid you were going to hurt somebody's feelings because you knew they'd know who it's about?
oh, okay, no. Yeah. I've written a lot of songs about people. And yeah, they usually know it's about them. But most of the time, if I'm writing it, like sometimes people never hear it. Or usually if I'm angry enough to write a song, I am not worried about hurting their feelings.
Well, it isn't always done out of anger, but you know that if they heard it,
Yeah.
hurt their feelings.
Yeah. Don't use their name, or do, but yeah. Okay. Well, thank you guys all for coming. And if you guys, since I know we talked a lot about co-writing, I'm with the Canadian Musicians Co-op, and we are doing our first songwriting week in 2 weeks. If you guys want to come, you can come talk to me. I've got some information about that. So thank you guys for coming, and thank you to Gussapolooza for having me. Have a good day, everyone.
All right, Gussapolooza 2024. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. And for those folks at home, welcome. We're at the MTAV Barn Stage, the Multitech Audiovisual Barn Stage. They are the key sponsors for this area. They're a key sponsor of the live stream that you're seeing at home. All this equipment and gear, look them up for sure. They are worth your while. Now we're going to introduce Noam Haberstadt. He's began his music career at 16, playing guitar professionally with local event bands. 2015, he launched his own project called Human Index and toured Toronto for a year, transitioned into music recording and engineering, joining Revolution Recording and working with renowned bands like Alexis on Fire, the Headstones, Strumbellas. Experience as an engineer highlighted the gap in musicians' understanding of marketing, prompting a shift into music marketing for him. He now specializes in music marketing, driving innovative campaigns and exploring the intersection of AI creatives and music advertising. So make sure to connect with him on LinkedIn and look him up on his socials. Without further ado, here's Noam. Give him a warm welcome, please.
Hey, everybody. You hear me? Yeah. Awesome. Thanks for coming, everybody here and everybody online as well. This is a super, super amazing event, and I'm super happy to be talking here. I really just want to kind of dive in. That was a terrific introduction from Kevin, so thank you. What we're going to be talking about today is kind of how, basically our approach to investing within your own releases, the different types of tactics and the different types of things that are available to musicians now, and what works at what level. So the first thing that I really, really want to talk about is PR, because for a lot of people, they don't really quite understand what the purpose of it is and how to use it properly and really at what level to bring in a PR campaign. What is PR? It's basically public relations, essentially getting your name to specific people within specific niches. That's essentially how I see it. So really, it comes down to things like playlisting, blog pitching, radio pitching, anything that you basically be speaking to an individual about your music. That's kind of PR. So some of the biggest advantages for PR happen to be, of course, it's because it's a niche, right? Like you want to get your name into a specific blog. And within that blog, you have obviously very specialized readers who will now take this information and act on it. That is typically like the premise of all of this. And it's great. It can lead to some serious exposure, really get you some new listeners, some new follows, and some new streams. That kind of leads to the disadvantages of basically what this all is. And really what it comes down to is the consistent investment of PR, which, can be very, very difficult for people that are budget conscious, especially, in the indie music scene. Amongst other things, there's probably one of the main issues other than that would be actual viewership and readership. Like blogship has gone down like crazy. We're not living in the same world that we were 10 years ago. So really, it's a very, very different sort of understanding of how to get your name out there. And PR, again, it works, but doesn't always work for people who are just up and coming and tends to be very, very, very expensive. And really requires sort of a long-term understanding and a long-term investment of that. So really over years of investing into this sort of concept, this sort of ideology of where you have people kind of coming to blogs and reading it. And really at that point, you start to see some sort of increase in your overall audience. A big part of PR is playlisting. So much so that I'm pretty sure it's the most common question that I get asked when I'm talking to prospective clients. The first thing they ask me is, do you pitch me to playlists? To which I kind of at this point have to say yes, but only because I have to. So I have a specific network of playlists that I pitch people to, but I don't like to use it. I don't like third-party playlisting. I don't think it really works on a mass level. But really what it does is it helps you boost your initial release. So if you have a release and you set up this sort of playlisting schema with a third-party playlister, really what you're going to see is an increase in streams specifically, but very, very rarely do you actually see your overall following increase, which is really what you want to do. You want to develop an audience. You don't want to just get people to listen to your song and move on. A big problem with third-party playlisting happens to be that people really typically listen to them in the background. I mean, personally, I don't think I've ever put on a playlist and then actively looked at who was on. I just kind of want it for the vibe, or I want it for the drive that I have, or for the study session that I'm about to go into. It's not an active sort of listening space, and that is kind of like the main issue is that it'll drive that sort of initial boost, like I'm showing here, but ultimately it kind of comes short in that it's not actually offering you a proper. It's not actually offering you a proper following or really a system in which that would grow. It's almost like a blip. And another problem with having that sort of blip is that Spotify is very algorithmic. So to see a blip like that is going to send a signal to the Spotify algorithms that might affect how your release turns out, which could be a problem, or future releases. You kind of want to show Spotify more of a steady incline, not bam, bam, bam. It doesn't quite work out as well that way. And that's generally what we see from that. The other main tactic that we use as opposed to PR is, of course, social media advertising. It's incredibly powerful for a lot of reasons. One of the biggest reasons, one of the biggest benefits, is that it actually grows every single metric. So when you're thinking about, I want to grow streams, or I want to grow followers, or I want to grow on saves, I want to get more playlist ads, like these are all specific objectives that you would necessarily have to think about specifically. Let's say if you're going into a PR campaign, you need to actually specify those goals. When you're using meta advertising, it actually hits all of them at once, which is crazy. It kind of blew me away when I first started using them in the schema that I'm using them in. You end up seeing an increase in streams, you see an increase in followers, but I mean, more than that, you see an increase in saves, which is the actual listener's intention to listen to you in the future. So now you've not only created one stream, but likely multiple. So these are all things that basically fall under kind of the meta umbrella in terms of objectives. So from my perspective to the indie artist is that it kind of makes sense to do that as opposed to PR on the outset, just because of the broad reach that it basically tends to give you. Another huge benefit is that the people that you're bringing in are highly targeted to what basically you're looking for, not necessarily conforming to a blog or a list or their particular viewership. You create the traffic. You figure out who is listening to your music based on things that are similar to you, that you know. And these are all very important because when speaking with other companies, with other marketing agencies or PR agencies, it's important that they understand your specific image, your brand, your aesthetic, your sound, more importantly. There's really nobody that knows that better than you. So ultimately, you basically take all of that on your own in a good way, and you're able to drive this traffic that's like, you would never see it otherwise. It's a very powerful tool in terms of very finite targeting. And you're also able to test different markets, like very agilely. You can kind of go from, I want to see what's going on in the States versus, let's turn on Australia and see what's happening there. Or maybe we make an ad for Europe and see how Europe is treating this. So there are so many different ways that you can kind of tweak your targeting and test different markets, really just at your fingertips without having to invest in a larger company to do all of this work for you. So budgeting is another amazing thing that kind of puts it above pretty much anything else when you're at the beginning of investing in music because it's so scalable. There's generally speaking a kind of a benchmark for what you would like to invest or what you should be investing in terms of like what you're going to get in return on your data. But ultimately, it's one of the most scalable things that you can do. So you can start by doing $5 a day, move it up to $10 a day, bump it up to $20. And maybe next week you lose your job, so you cut it, and it's fine. You can pick it up again next month. So it's one of those things that you're not necessarily pigeonholed into I need to do this. Like you can turn it on, you can turn it off. It's one of those things that's super flexible for you. And really, depending on where you are in your career, it can seriously give you the push that you would need. for the budget that you have, which is really what we're going for, because in this industry, budget is such a big thing. So I just want to get into a specific case study. We had an artist come to us. She hadn't released an album on a mass scale. She had done singles here and there sporadically, never really worked out for her. So the incredibly interesting thing about this graph is you can actually see, and this is one of the reasons why I use it, you can see where we turn the ads on and off, which is pretty funny. So November, we turn them on. You can see the increase. And then we turn them off in December. And then in January, we turn them back on. You can literally see that those spikes correlate exactly from when we actually made those ads. And again, as you can see, she had a few releases and a couple of different ad campaigns going forward, and it continued to climb on a very steady pace as long as we were running the advertising. So this was the stream count on her first single that she released. So where you see those sort of massive flood of listens, that kind of came from the ad campaign. And eventually what it did was it triggered the algorithmic playlist, which is another huge benefit from meta advertising. As long as you push enough traffic, the algorithm will pick you up and you'll start going on algorithmic playlists, which is why you're still seeing a steady amount of streams even after we were running those campaigns. And the actual users within those spikes were following, as you could see from the graph earlier. So these aren't like one-off streams. Like these are actual fans that want to listen to her music. Another amazing thing, again, like I was saying, it just kind of all correlates, right? So you can look at this graph, and it's almost exactly the same as the streaming graph. And this is the playlist ads. And they're not third-party playlist ads. These are personal playlists. People who wanted to listen to her music. So again, when you kind of compare these things to the PR world in terms of should I buy playlists? Should I go to a playlisting company and invest money in playlists? Well, I can tell you don't need to, because you're going to be added to playlists if you find the right audience. So I mean, again, like it all kind of works together, right? And another big thing again is saves. It's all kind of the same graph, I know, but it kind of proves the point further. So you get these sort of like saves, and what a save is really the individual's intention to continue to listen to you. Maybe not just once, maybe not just twice, but several times. Like you've created a fan by getting that save. That's essentially what it is. So, I mean, when you compare these things, everything kind of has its own place. And it's not like I'm firmly against certain things. It's just a matter of like when you're starting out and you're trying to drive the most premium traffic, like where you're going to get the most bang for your buck is certainly going to be in a place that you can actually control the outcomes. You can control the testing. You can control the investment at the end of the day, right? So really that, when it comes down to it, when you think about it as an artist, I would definitely be leaning far closer towards meta advertising than large scale investment. But again, this all really depends on where you are specifically. People who are already doing millions of streams may not actually benefit from meta advertising at all. The competition might be too steep, right? But as an independent artist, it's far easier for you to actually rank and control your own audience using this specific tactic. As you grow, things change, right? Let's say you're in Toronto and you want to go break into BC. Well, how are you going to break into a brand new market ice cold? Ads can help, but you want a personal touch. You want some sort of authenticity, and that's really where PR can come and help you. You can find people within that specific niche, within wherever you're going, within the city, then they'll actually be able to connect you with people on the ground. So there are times and places for all of these different things, but again, when it comes to actually figuring out how to build your audience from the bottom up and getting the best bang for your buck with your cash, it will likely be meta advertising. So some of the things that we can do, I mean, understanding social media, going out and listening to music marketers. There's a whole bunch now on YouTube that you can basically just listen to, and they have some fantastic advice. Meta advertising is not the only form of paid advertising. There's Spotify ads as well, TikTok as well. These platforms, while also incredibly powerful, in my experience, and it can be different really for any artist, they can also be incredibly powerful tools just as much as meta. So really the first few steps that I would take as an independent artist is develop a plan, figure out exactly what you want, Are you building an artist? Do you want to just boost your release? Are you, trying to build a following for shows? These are all things that you need to be considering when you're actually trying to, at the outset of all of this. And make sure you're testing. Take that ad budget, chop it up, invest it in different places. You don't always have to necessarily go for one big thing, but even a small test of just a couple of bucks here and there can give you a good indication of where everything is going to go in the future. And then you can kind of double down on whatever is actually working. Okay, and I think that's pretty much all I have, and I'm happy to take questions if that's a thing. Yes, sir.
So can I ask a question about format? Because you mentioned, getting into meta, but what do you see that there's a sweet spot in terms of the format of advertising that would work better? Is it video? Is it stills with carousel ads? Or what
Yeah, it's a super interesting question. Carousels are very, very finite in terms of what you can accomplish in terms of objectives. But video content, performance content. People want to see you perform. That will do the best, for sure. The problem with that becomes, again, budget. So how do you hire a whole film crew and try to figure it out? There are other options. AI has become a very, very popular alternative to things like that. It tends to work very, very well just because from my theory is that because it's consistently changing, consistently moving, you're immediately drawing the user in and basically getting a click from that. And if they continue to click through, like I send people to a landing page, if they continue to click, so really the expectation is they click 3 or 4 times so that you kind of know, okay, this person is actually interested in my music. So much so that they're clicking through this sort of click thing to get to the end, Mm-hmm. Exactly. Does that make sense in terms of like creatives and agility and all that? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Do you have a question? Yeah.
Yeah, I was curious. I've been told in the past that like 5,000 is just for the stream. Hi, how do you do? Randall James. I've been told in the past that it's around $5,000 to do a campaign, if you will. You mentioned a budget. Do you have a recommendation based on the Meta platform? Where to start?
Yeah, so again, it's really about what you want to accomplish, and then essentially you would basically break it down from there. So like if you wanted to run a Meta campaign specifically, I usually recommend similar to Spotify, it's about $250 to $300 per track to advertise something like that, and with that you'll generally get enough data in order to make any sort of like concise decisions going forward. If you want to do anything extra, again, you have to just understand that you'd have to flex that budget out, right? So if you have a YouTube video, for example, that's an additional budget. If you want to promote that video on Facebook specifically, that's additional. You know what I mean? Like, so it's very, very dependent on what you want to get done. So like a full-blown campaign, you want to do music video promotion, all of that. I mean, I'd probably think you're getting close to $5,000.
It's good the way you break it down, though, because it gives you a chance to be, pick the right thing.
You can choose it, right?
Yeah. Like it's kind of like I'm interested in this and this right now, so that's
Some people don't always come out with a music video, or they don't have a music video to the quality that they would want to necessarily invest, a couple $100 in. You can skip it. Just you got to think about budget. It's all about what you can do. Yes. You got to pass the mic.
Can you get classes on how to run that Meta thing? Because it just never works the way I try to get it to work. And then they change it when I figure it out.
Yeah, that's the thing with Meta. It's always changing, and it's glitchy beyond all belief. I'm certainly happy to chat if you want afterward.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thanks. So do you find there's a sweet spot in terms of release timing for when you have new material to share, when you should be spiking that with advertising?
So it's a great question. In general, the way that I like to kind of do it is I like to kind of see what happens organically. So I generally wait a few days just to kind of see what I can do on my own or what the artist can do on their own. And then at that point, let's kick in the ads because ultimately it doesn't matter. And in reality, it doesn't actually matter when you start the ads. it's going to be effective regardless. Like if let's say you have an older release that no one ever listened to that you love, put an ad on it. It's going to do well. You're going to get traffic. It's the way it goes because, in the user's mindset, for them it's new. For them it's brand new. And when they see that ad, it's like, oh, this is a new song for me. Like it doesn't really matter when it's released. The release tends to matter more for charting, and things like that when you're kind of competing up front. But if you're just developing your artist, your artist base, your audience base, really, it doesn't really matter when you're running the ads. Let's get traffic to that song, right?
Yeah, thank you for that. And a follow-up question is, do you ever find that there's a sweet spot where you're doing a collaborative campaign leveraging Spotify playlisting, like using Spotify natively as well as accompanying with a meta campaign?
Yeah, we do that quite often. I mean, I work with another marketing agency called Dotted Music, and they have done extensive research in terms of like what they're comfortable using in terms of playlisting, because like that in and of itself is a whole crazy thing because it's so difficult to understand like who's actually legitimate in this business. Because the reality is they're not. If you look at the terms and conditions, you're not actually allowed to at all submit yourself to third-party playlisting on Spotify's terms and conditions. But finding out the ones who are actually legitimate are that much more difficult. So like we use what we know to bring in organic streams, but even at that point, it's not necessarily a huge amount. Like we generally see maybe a couple hundred streams from a playlist, or from a couple. If we're lucky, it's 1,000, but it's never usually anything like super, super crazy.
Is that because you think, or maybe it's proven that people aren't necessarily deliberately looking for new music on Spotify? They're looking for new music on other social media platforms?
Yeah, so we're talking about Spotify native. Like Spotify native is a little bit weird. The last time I used it, it just happened to be more expensive. I mean, like the nice thing about it is it does tell you like specifically how many streams you're getting from the ad, which is not something that you get from Meta. But at the same time, I was paying more. And it wasn't necessarily converting as well either, which is another interesting thing. And I just feel like it's potentially the platform itself. So when you're advertising on Instagram, and Instagram is definitely the most engaged platform, like hands down, other than TikTok, but that's a different world. So like people are kind of primed to move on. They're primed to kind of grab something from Instagram, right? As opposed to, Spotify, where they're really kind of meant to just be on the app. And I personally don't see a stronger user flow on Spotify side than on Meta side, but it can work. I'm not saying that it can't. There are people who may perform better on Spotify versus Meta, but I've just found just on average, Meta ends up being a little bit cheaper and a little bit more effective.
Thank you. Any other questions? I got a million. I just don't want to keep asking questions.
You can keep going. I don't mind.
I wonder if there's a template, like something that starts you off as an independent artist where you can assess them and say, you're at this spot. I know what you need. Because I somewhat understand your audience, et cetera. You need to do the following things.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot that goes into that, right? So, digital advertising is also only one side of this whole equation, right? So if you want to break it down now to let's get into the mindset of this startup indie musician, we're taking it to the streets, we're getting in the clubs, we're playing all the time, we're getting in the festivals. It's really two sides of the same coin, right? So if you're what we call working on the grassroots side of things, which is playing consistently and getting your name out there and doing things on the local setting, and then translating all of this also onto the digital side of things, you're going to see significantly more success and you're going to see it faster. So to me, that's kind of like the name of the whole game. So what I do is kind of half of the half of the picture, if that makes sense. I try to keep everything in the digital world aligned and primed, but at the same time, there's this sort of requirement on the artist to actually perform their art. We got to do that. We're artists. That's what we do. So yeah, it's interesting. I don't know if I answered your question with that one, but
yeah, I think so, because I think a lot of artists would be interested to know if there's a template that exists for them, and in your experience, I've seen this work so often that I can make these recommendations.
Yeah, and that's a good question. It can be difficult to assess on the surface level, just because it really does depend on what you're doing and what platforms you're using and where you're at within those platforms, like what your goals are specifically, like how far do you want to take it? Because I work with artists that sometimes they have perfectly great day jobs and all they want to do is get their music out to as many people as possible, versus I have artists, indie artists, musicians that are from the ground up that really want to get kind of break into the scene and develop their audience and develop all of this stuff. So it's kind of, I would say it's kind of difficult to assess like right up front, but at the same time, there is this sort of like threshold, and I think you can feel it even as an artist, where it's like, okay, things are really moving, things are happening. But in terms of a template, I do feel it's tough.
Yeah.
Just because all artists are so bloody different.
No kidding. Yeah.
And that also relates to advertising. Like I've seen, even with the same artists, with each release, we have to choose a new audience because the audience doesn't necessarily translate to the different songs, right? Even though it's the same artist. So, yeah, it can be a slog to kind of figure out where you are. But again, ultimately, I feel like really, unless you're doing like tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of streams per day, you're in a spot where PR, like basic PR, basic social advertising is going to be incredibly beneficial for your audience development in general.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Any other questions?
Hello.
Hi.
In terms of PR and outreach, what would you say would be the best strategy? Like, would you find publications that fit your niche
Absolutely.
And then,
yeah,
let's say you're releasing a single, like what would you reach out to them a month before? I know there's like press kits and stuff that you can send them.
Yeah, so definitely a month is a good it's a good place to start. The earlier you prepare for PR, the better. In my experience, so like the more you have your pitches kind of like, and actually this is interesting because it's kind of like part of the intersection that I use kind of with AI, because AI really helps with pitching and takes a lot of that slog away. Yeah, I would probably say a month is a good place to start, and certainly, don't be pitching yourself to people that have no interest in your music. Research, find your niche, and invest strategically. Because the PR world is tough. It's very difficult, and especially to get an immediate return, it can be an issue. So yeah, research is definitely very key.
I have a question when it comes to populating Meta specifically, I guess, about your audience demographics. If you as an artist have collected an email list, et cetera, but you're not really sure, like just from that information, what the demo is, do you have recommendations on how to pull that into Meta?
That's super interesting. I don't particularly with an email collection, but there is another form of data collection that would really help with Facebook, and it's utilizing your Facebook pixel. So the way that I run Facebook ads, I may as well break it down. We run it through, basically what we do is we set up what's called conversion campaigns. So a conversion campaign would be something like a sale or a lead or anything like that's very specific and that can be tracked. So the way that we end up doing this is we do it through a landing page. So from the ad, we send the user to a landing page that has our Facebook pixel encoded in there, along with the conversion API token, which is also incredibly important, but maybe just skipping over that for now, because that's a rabbit hole. We then basically, the landing page that we use actually has like this sort of like already custom conversion for Facebook. So like I don't really have to do anything there. It's nice and easy. I drop in the pixel and you're good to go. As soon as you click on the, let's say we're doing a Spotify ad, I will only put Spotify there just to kind of hone in the focus. We target specifically Spotify, like people who are fans of Spotify as an interest on Facebook. And what we do is we basically force the user to click 3 times. We click first on the ad, we click second on the landing page, we click third on Spotify. So that 3 times, number 1, roots out bots. Number 2, tells us that the individual is actually interested in what we're doing because they click through 3 times. I hate clicking through stuff, so if I do it, I generally like you. from that point, that's sort of structure that we have, and then we would basically be looking at the metrics to see exactly what's happening. So like our average cost could be anywhere from like 90 cents to 20 cents, really depending on the popularity, of the creative or of the song. And within that, there's so much that you can test, right? Like you can test different parts of the song, different aspects of the video. And essentially, it's part of like now the best practices is that you're using 3 or 4 creatives and you're testing them against each other in order to see what's actually working. So that's kind of like the whole structure of it.
Nice. Sorry, I'm going to keep going just because I'm fascinated by this. But in terms of retention, the artist ultimately needs to retain the relationship with the...
Yes.
Right?
Sorry, I missed. I went on a tangent and then I forgot where I was going. But I found out where I was going. So essentially what we're doing is we're collecting data. That's the important part here. And that's the thing that artists don't really think about in general when they're advertising. They just kind of see the money fly away. But really what you're purchasing is intent. You're purchasing the user's intent. Like you have now this pool of individuals that you can what's called retarget. And you know, if you have merchandise, you can sell them merchandise. They gave you a stream. They followed you on Spotify. The very least that they can do is buy a t-shirt from you. You know? Like that's sort of the idea. And it does work because these are individuals who are actual fans that want to support you. Right? And that's part of what the meta advertising does in terms of targeting and all of that. And yeah, in terms of data collection and retention, audience retention, stuff like that, like it's so key. And if you want to start, you know, getting an early return on your investment, start collecting your data now. And you don't necessarily have to do that with like Spotify conversion ads, but you could do that with boosting your posts. $5 here, $5 there, seeing what comes in. At a certain point, you're gonna develop this sort of mass of data of interested people who like your content, who like your music, right? That's, to me, that's like probably the, in this indie world of the battle against, you know, indies versus the labels, that's gonna give you the biggest edge, for sure. Because when you think about, you know, like advertising budgets and things like that that labels invest, you're looking at like tens of thousands of dollars, which is just, you can't possibly compete at that level, right? So you have to try to find ways to kind of create these other revenue streams, and data collection is so crucial in that.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hey.
Do you have any lessons that you learned from campaigns that might not have gathered the results that you were hoping for?
Definitely. Actually, I'm running a campaign right now that's been particularly difficult. To give you kind of a primer on what's going on, we have a French artist. He's from France, and he basically plays like kind of classic country, sort of what they call like the Tulsa, Oklahoma feel. So kind of akin to John Mayer or certain aspects of Eric Clapton. Similar to that genre, which is not super popular in France, unfortunately. It's more of like a party, you know, sort of vibe. So it's been quite difficult to find the correct audience for him, and we've gone through several stages, and we've seen growth. We're just not happy with the amount of growth we've seen with that particular account. And interestingly enough, we're actually, unfortunately, I can't tell you the end of the story because we're still in the middle, but we are now pivoting from the creatives that he was providing us, which is pretty basic videos of, you know, like him singing on a wall, random wall somewhere, you know, kind of just singing the song, and the camera would pan around, you know, and stuff of him in the studio trying to record. It's not really working out as well as we'd like it to, so we're going to try to move over to AI and see what sort of effects that would have on the cost. Yeah, there's really what I'm trying to portray with that particular story is that testing is incredibly important. You know, you're not always going to find your audience on the first shot. Sometimes you might not find it on the second. But it's important that you kind of keep testing and keep pushing because there is an audience. You just got to find it. That's all.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? That was fabulous, Noam. Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much.
All right, welcome everybody here. Gussapolooza 2024. Thanks for coming out. Yeah, let's hear it, right? All right. We are super blessed today to be joined by Matt Bacon. He's all the way up from New York, right? Berlin? Holy, I was going to say a swear word, but okay, so. Oh, you can go ahead. So for our folks here and our folks at home on the live stream, MTAV is doing an amazing job of the live streaming, and they're sponsoring this event and provided all this gear. So let's give it up for MTAV, please. Multi-Tech Audio Visual, great sponsor. A few words about Matt. He's a cigar chomping consultant, normally on, if you've seen him on Instagram. He's an AR man. He's a manager specializing in heavy metal. He's worked with artists ranging from pop stars like Mitski, Boy Genius, to rock icons like Coven, Arthur Brown, and bands such as Killswitch Engage, Whitechapel, Neurosis, and Apocalyptica. He collaborates with labels like Prophecy Productions, Blacklight Media, Reigning Phoenix Music, and Tank Crimes. And through his Instagram, Bacon Bits, if you haven't seen it, please subscribe. It's amazing. Just so many great sound bites, so much great information. I love it. He offers, and his podcast, Dumb and Dumbest, he offers bands practical advice, and you need to see it. Countless tours, record releases, signed deals under his belt. He thrives in the music industry, and we're honored to have him here at Gussapolooza. So give him a warm welcome.
Howdy. Is this hot? Okay, cool. Hi. Thank you, seriously, for being here. This is very surreal. Anyway, are you sick and tired of posting Instagram reels that get like 25 views and spending all this time on posts that get like 3 likes and just continually creating and feeling like you're posting into the void and just wondering like, why doesn't anyone fucking care? We're going to talk about that today. And by the way, for y'all outside, if you want to come in, we do have some more seats. You can also just like bail if you need to bail, it's fine. Anyway, so for those of you who don't know me, which I think this is mostly a Bacon Spits watching crowd, but hell yeah. But I was born in France. I lived in New York for a really long time. Now I live in Berlin, as we all just learned. But I think the really important thing about me is I'm a DIY lifer. Like, I've been doing this, I've been coming to events like this and putting on shows and all that stuff since I was like 14. Like, in high school, I was running a label, I was writing reviews on a blog, on multiple blogs, you know, interviewing bands. I like had a whole like almost famous life as a teenager. It was very weird. And eventually, that turned into creating Bacon Spits. After a friend of mine was like, you know, if you make a video every day about what you do for work, your life will change in a year. And my life did change, and now I get to do stuff like this. And, you know, just the other day, I hit 95,000 followers, so it's becoming a thing, you know, to say the least. But today what we're going to talk about, today what we're going to talk about in terms of content creation is how all you need is a value strategy. And what this means is we're going to talk about how to create meaningful content that resonates with your audience. And we're going to talk about how to use that content to blow up your band, the same way many of your favorite artists who've broken in the last 10 years have. Anything from Chappelle Roan to Bridge City Sinners to Lorna Shore. All these artists who sort of fundamentally understand how social media works and how to use it to become a focal point of the scene. Artists who've sat down and been like, oh, okay, here's how I connect with the audience. Here's how I take that audience to a higher place. And here's what we do to kind of elevate them and the people around me. You know, and that's what I really want to break down today as we get into it. So what we're not going to focus on today is a few things. First of all, we're not going to worry about the nitty-gritty. We're not going to worry about, like, here's exactly how you set up meta conversion ads, right? Like, we don't need, that's too complicated for this 35-minute talk, right? And we're also not going to talk about, like, the consequences of big data and these powerful corporations and all that other stuff. Like, that's scary, but I don't really have an answer. And yeah, it's bad, but like, this is the hand we've been dealt. So let's go from there, you know? Because what we are going to be talking about today is focusing on overall approach. And this idea that people and platforms, you know, people stay the same, platforms change. And a lot of the concepts we're talking about today in terms of marketing, in terms of how to promote yourself, all of that stuff has been relevant for the last 60 years, and it'll keep being relevant. You know, with AI, with whatever changes, with any new social media that comes up, it's all the same shit. So the value strategy comes down into a few core concepts, right? And what this really means is the fact that, first and foremost, is that people only really care about themselves. They care about content they find engaging. They care about content that educates them. And most importantly, people care about status, right? They care about finding things that elevate them socially, be it like, oh, hey, I'm part of this cool in-group, and that's really important, right? And you're communicating that with your content. They also care about stuff that educates them. That's why a lot of y'all watch my videos, you know? But they care about things that help them get to a higher place. We're gonna talk about how to do that with your content more than anything else, right? And what that means is you're focusing on the value of the content. You're focusing on, okay, this is who I am, this is what I do, and this is how we're going to connect with people in a way that brings them value, right? It's not this idea of me, me, me. It's this idea of you, you, you. How do we reach out to fans individually and make them feel the love and make them feel like, oh, hey, this is going somewhere deeper. Do you know what I mean? And like I said before, people don't change. A lot of these marketing strategies, some variant of them was used in the 60s. You know, some variant of them will be used in 2035, right? It's just that the platforms we use to create the content, the platforms we use to market ourselves, those things change. But what I can confidently say is right now, it's never been easier to get the word out about yourself as a musician because there's so many tools at your fingertips. And because, as we're gonna talk about later, a lot of your favorite artists, their entire content strategy is based on CapCut and a cell phone. You know, and we're gonna talk about exactly how to do that and how to resonate with people just using tools like that, tools that we all have that are free. So, there we go. My epiphany with a lot of this came from doing bacon spits. Because for a long time before that, I had been doing music marketing. And that was cool. But I hadn't really thought it through on like a fundamental level, if that makes sense. That is to say, I was putting out stuff that looked like this, you know, me and my cat hanging out. It was a good time, but it didn't really communicate who I was or what I was trying to do. It was just me and my cat. His name is Jim, if you were curious. Anyway, so my epiphany with this really boiled down to like the fundamental law of marketing, which is ask what your audience wants and then give it to them. And it's really that simple. And it's, for me, it was educating people. But for most artists, right, it's about understanding that music is a consequence-free, emotion-altering drug, right? We listen to happy music to kind of augment a good time. There are songs we listen to on the road to create, you know, a sense of, like, there's like travel albums that I think we all have in our lives, you know. I heard Simon & Garfunkel's America earlier. That's like a travel song that augments that emotion. You know, if you're going through a breakup, you listen to Woods of Ypres. Like, all this stuff, yeah, that was just for you, Sig. You know, but we listen to music because it alters emotion. And so that means, again, what does your audience want? To have some sort of emotional impact. How are you going to give it to them? How are you going to make it clear to them this is what we're doing, is we're altering your emotions? So there's a few false beliefs I want to knock down before we really get started. And I think the big one is just that social media is not just for young people, right? And this is a misconception I see all the time because people will be like, oh, well, I feel overwhelmed by TikTok or whatever. And like, I get it. Like when I first started doing TikTok, I was like, there's no way I'm going to ever learn how to do this. But then you look around and it's like, well, Rob Halford and Judas Priest, like, he's killing it on social media. Jinx from Coven, who like literally invented this in 1969, is killing it on social media. You know, you see people all the time in their 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s who have figured it out, right? There is no sort of age limit on it, right? It's just about understanding what does your audience want and then giving it to them, right? The other big thing I want to talk about is you don't need ads to succeed. We'll be talking about ads a little bit later in this presentation, but I think a lot of people have this kind of fake idea of, oh, well, every artist who blows up, they just spent thousands of dollars on their Instagram and now they're famous. And it's like, That's not really how it works, right? Because ads are fuel on the fire, but they're not the fire itself. Do you know what I'm saying? Like with Bacon Bits, which again is like 95,000 people now, 95,368 if you were curious. Yeah, right? Like I've spent like less than $500 on ads on that, and that was mostly like weird tests to like try different things. You know, the people you see blowing up, a lot, like very frequently I'll be working with a pop star and they'll have never run ads before, right? And it's like, oh, okay. But because ads don't work if there's nothing further to dig into, and we'll dig into that later. Third is this idea that the market is not oversaturated. I think as a musician, it's really easy to go, oh, well, there's, 30 million other artists in my genre. What the fuck am I even doing, right? But if you're creating stuff that people actually want, asking what the audience wants, and then giving it to them, you will cut through. Look at a band like Kiss. Like, I own Kiss air guitar strings, right? There's so much weird Kiss shit out there, but the market has never been oversaturated because you can't overwhelm your audience. If you're continuing to give people things, they will go down that rabbit hole. We all love discovering a new artist and going down the rabbit hole. We all have favorite artists where we can keep learning more and more and more. And the more you do that, the further you go. People aren't getting overwhelmed. If I can post 5 times a day and keep growing, if you can post more than once every 2 weeks. So let's dig into that later too. But there's 3 secrets I really want to talk about here as we get going. The first, like we said before, how to create value, how to create content that people really resonate with, how to create content people engage with, and going from there. The second is that production quality is not the key, right? Is that you don't need to be having some sort of fancy camera. You don't need MJD to be making every piece of content if you're trying to break through. It helps, but it's not crucial. Or it's not life or death, I guess. And finally, we'll be talking about how to get people to pay attention. So you've created the content, you understand how it works, here's how we get it out there, here's how we engage with more folks. That's the breakdown of what we're getting into now. So in terms of creating value, there's a few core things, I think. First and foremost is this idea of creating with the fan in mind, right? And that operates on a few levels. First and foremost, it means creating content that actually makes sense on the platforms you're creating on. Right, which is to say, we all know that guy who's posting on Instagram the worst formatted shit you've ever seen. And it's like, yeah, obviously no one cares about this because the photos look terrible, the flyers are poorly formatted, it doesn't make sense, right? So you need to be thinking about that. The same way 20 years ago when you were pitching to magazines, you needed horizontal and vertical images to, to really like make it fit and work within the confines of that platform. You're now working within the confines of the social media platform, right? But I also think you have to think about creating with the fan in mind in terms of not just what is the emotional resonance, but what gives them more of what they want. Are we creating video content that keeps them watching? Are we creating carousel posts that tell a story? Because if you're not doing that and you're not, and this is the key, engaging with the people around you, what's the point? Because engagement is vital to creating value. Like I said before, it's about you, not me on social media. Social media is interesting because it's not really social anymore. Like if you remember Facebook in 2009, 2010, you were talking to your friends and people you knew, right? Now, if you open up your phone, you're looking at like talking heads like Ya Boy or like musicians trying to get you to check out their song or influencers or memes or whatever, right? There isn't this personal connection anymore. It's this one-to-many platform. But if you turn around and make it a one-to-one platform, suddenly you're going to get moving somewhere quickly. If you're replying to every comment, replying to every DM, you're suddenly making this sort of anonymous, almost faceless feeling thing into a thing that's dramatically more intimate and dramatically more effective in terms of getting people on board with who you are and what you're doing and going to that next place, But also, when you're building out your audience initially, that engagement is really crucial, which is to say, going, where do my fans hang out? And then going there. I talk a lot about this 100 comments a day strategy, where like, if you want to start getting in front of fans in your niche on TikTok or Instagram, go comment on 100 relevant posts a day on either of those platforms, and people will start to check you out. Because if you go on your For You page on TikTok and start dropping comments, people are going to start to go, oh, who the hell is this guy? And they'll go check you out. And if you have meaningful content, they're going to engage with you. Same thing on Instagram. You look up a few relevant keywords, you go to some relevant recent posts, you start dropping comments, you start engaging. Suddenly, people start coming to you because it's about going where the fans are and then giving them a reason to kind of hook up with you and come back into your universe. Do you know what I'm saying? And if you're not doing that, like, you're just posting into the void. If you're not an active part of the community, if you're not finding ways to bring people in, then what are you doing? You know, a classic example of this even is like Amon Amarth, how on their music videos now, you want to dress up like a Viking and be in an Amon Amarth video? You're good. You're in. You know, like, you're bringing the fans in. You're taking this, like, anonymous giant rock band thing and turning it into everyone is involved, right? And if you're building that community, suddenly you're going to get somewhere. You know what I mean? And I think in terms of creating content and in terms of finding ideas, one of the best things you can do is really mimicking other bands, which is to say, let's say you're a folk punk band, right? Go check out other artists in your niche. Here, I brought up Bridge City Sinners, right? And let me hop over to the screen so I can point. So, oh man, I'm right in front of the mic. Okay. You know, and literally just going to their Instagram and going like, oh, okay, here's the type of content they're making. Let me use that for inspiration. Let me go, oh, okay, this is what's working for other people, and going from there. And not just like going through similar artists' Instagrams and trying to get ideas, but also realizing the data is out there. It's just not necessarily yours, which is to say, okay, you looked at their Instagram, you got some ideas, but then you look and you go, oh shit, this one has 200,000 views compared to what they normally get. What made that work in a way that the other stuff isn't necessarily working? What can I learn from that, you know? And even when you're creating new content, really asking yourself, or when you're consuming content, when you're scrolling, asking yourself, why did other people stop on this? You know, what made me stop on this? What made me like this? And trying to reverse engineer it from there. You know, the same, but it's almost exactly the same as with songwriting, right? When you're writing music, you're not pulling ideas out of the sky. You're not inventing your own scales. You're not, you know, it comes from having 20, 30 different influences and borrowing those ideas and distilling it into your own personal thing. You know what I mean? And it's the same thing with content creation. Go and look at the 25 artists you think are the coolest and ask yourself, what do they do? What's working for them? What's resonating with them? And then going and adapting that to you, right? When I build out content strategies for artists, that's literally all I'm doing, is going, okay, who does this artist make sense to tour with? Cool. Let's go look at those bands, those artists, and take those ideas and turn it into something that we can grow with. But of course, all of this has to be authentic. All of this has to help tell your story. Do you know what I mean? Which is to say, every piece of content not only does it have to be real, it doesn't have to be your entire life, but it has to be real, right? And it has to tie into the story you are trying to tell, right? Which is to say, if you're Bridge City Sinners and the concept is like, hey, this is fun music that's really good live and it's about like witch shit and there's like this DIY punk side, yada, 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 every single post ties into that. It ties into the fun of the live show. It ties into the DIY, you know, ethos of it. If you look at Ghost, right, everything ties into, we have this weird larger overall story, but also we play fucking arenas. And they're just leaning into like the rock star thing, you know, and they're showcasing that again and again. And you really have to ask yourself, when you're trying to create authenticity, what are the core brand messages I'm trying to put out there? What is the core of my persona as an artist, and going from there? And to be clear, because people get a little weird about this, your persona as an artist doesn't necessarily need to be your persona as you as a person, right? Like Chappelle Roan just came out and talked about how Chappelle Roan is like a kind of a character, right? It's not like all of her. And it's kind of the same, I think, for any creator. Like, I'm really into history. I never really talk about that on my social media. People don't really know about like the Winston Churchill obsession, right? But I've decided here are the core pieces of my brand that I want to put out in the world. Let me tell that story more than anything else. And I think a big key of authenticity and building that authenticity is realizing production quality is not the key. So the big thing to realize here is that lo-fi works, right? It doesn't always need to be the fanciest thing you've ever seen, you know? And sometimes having that like very lo-fi authenticity can really connect. Like I posted a bacon spits once where I looked like this, right? Yeah. This was like a day I like messed up my dose of antibiotics and I was all miserable. But I still created, and it still gave people a much deeper connection with me. And like you guys feel a deeper connection with me right now because I showed you this embarrassing picture, right? And it's like, if you can lean into that, if you can lean into sort of the warts and all approach, that's really going to help tell that story and get people to engage on that higher level. Do you know what I'm saying? Because you really have to think about how people consume content. You know, this idea that like, well, wait a second. A lot of people are scrolling Instagram while watching TV, or they're supposed to be at their jobs. That means they're not spending time like identifying every minor little issue you might have. They're instead being like, oh, wait, this is cool. Let me look at this longer. What is hooking them in, right? Consistently asking, what is hooking them in? What is making them want to spend more time on this, right? And that ties into the secret of the algorithm, which we'll talk about in a second. But there's kind of this key here that happens when we start to have this conversation about quality versus quantity of content. And like I said a few minutes ago, you don't get better at social media by posting once every 2 weeks. It's the same as songwriting. You don't become a better songwriter by writing 2 songs a year. If you talk to Grammy-winning songwriters, pretty much all of them sit down and write a song every day. Doesn't matter if they use it for something, it's just about practicing writing a fucking song, right? And it's the exact same with your content output. It's like building a muscle. It's only gonna get better if you're doing it consistently, and it's gonna make you go create it faster, right? Right now, creating content might feel like this very time-consuming, overwhelming thing, but if you keep doing it, you're gonna start to quickly figure out, oh wait, this is what connects, this is what makes it work, this is how I can start to kind of speed up my workflow a little bit and have it make sense. The other piece, I think, within quantity versus quality, people will bring up like, oh, well, if I post once a week, it gets 200 likes, and if I post 5 times a week, each post only gets 50 likes. There's 2 things to remember here. First of all, 5 times 50 is 250. That's way more engagement, right, rather than just the 200 likes once. But also, if you're trying to really win over an audience, you need to establish omnipresence. You need to constantly be in their faces. You need to constantly be showing up. You know, there's this thing in marketing about how people need to see something 7 times before they act on it. You know, like think about how you check out a band. Like I mentioned Bridge City Sinners. Cool, whatever. You're probably not gonna go listen to them now. But if I mention them, and then you see a social media post tomorrow, and then in a few days you see what are the tour dates because they're coming here in November, I think, you know, and then you have a friend say something to you, then you're gonna be like, fuck, I need to check out this band, right? Because they kept showing up in your life. You're hacking that with social media. You're creating omnipresence. You're creating a sense of, I am always here. I'm always around. Like, how many of you see my face every day? Yeah. You know, like, it's because I'm constantly there. I'm constantly putting myself out there. There's no reason you can't do the same. There's no reason, you know, and just because you can't afford a fancy PR campaign or you can't afford a radio campaign or whatever doesn't mean you can't be in people's faces by just looking at other people's content, using that to create your strategy, and then just showing up again and again and again and again, and establishing that omnipresence, that sense of being everywhere, right? Because that really ties into the concept, the final concept I want to get into here, which is getting people to pay attention. One sec. So I think what you really want to start to master, or start to understand, is how content distribution works. And specifically, what a lot of people don't really get is how every social media algorithm works, which is almost entirely dictated by the amount of time people are spending on a post, right? If people just thumb past your post, it's not gonna get distributed. It's not gonna get shown to more people because Instagram is gonna say, oh, people don't care about that, whatever. Whereas if people watch your video for 30 seconds, or they go through your carousel post, then guess what? Instagram will say, or TikTok, or whatever, will say, oh, people are spending time on this. We should show it to more people because it keeps them on the platform, and that means we can show them more ads. And this is, for the record, the exact same way Spotify works. If people listen to your song in full, and a lot of people start doing that, then suddenly Spotify goes, oh, people like this song. we should show it to more people. Whereas if you're showing up on playlists and people are skipping you, then they're going to go, oh, people don't like this song. We don't need to show that to anyone, you know? I once had a Spotify exec say, it was very creepy. He said, Spotify wants to control everything that goes into your ear. Which is like weird, but also it makes sense. Like that's their goal, is to dominate our ears. The same thing with Instagram and TikTok. They want to dominate our eyes because they're trying to show us more ads. They're trying to keep us on their platform longer. They want to gather data, all this stuff. And so you have to think about that as you're creating content. And this is, for the record, why carousel posts and video are so important. And with carousel posts in particular, when we tie back into like authenticity and storytelling, they're hugely effective because what you can do with a really good carousel post is almost make it like a zine. A carousel post on its own can tell a story because what you can do, and this is really key to understand, is you can put up like a really good live shot that just looks good on your feed. Because think about how people create content. You discover a new artist and you just kind of, first thing you do a lot of the time is you just thumb through their Instagram to understand who they are and what they're about. Which is why having a consistent story is key, because if it's just all over the place, it's all over the place, right? But use those carousel posts to kind of tell the story. That first picture is the great live shot or whatever. And then the next picture is the flyer for the show you're playing next week. Then you have like the fun behind the scenes video. Then you have another live shot. Then you have a relevant meme. Then you have another flyer. And then you suddenly use those 20 posts you can put now in the carousel, and people are spending more time on it and realizing, oh, the people who swipe through that carousel, they're the super fans. So you can give them a little more. You can give them the weird behind-the-scenes tour picture where you don't look your best, because that helps build the relationship with you as a creator, with you as an artist, right? And that's, I think, really the core of distribution that people are missing out on, is understanding, why aren't people spending more time on my posts? How do I get them to spend more time on my posts? But also realizing, how can I tap into other people's audiences? How can I tap into other markets? You know, how can I go, wait a second, what if I do a collaborative post with another artist in my niche and create something with them that's really powerful and effective, right? Because again, if you're building that community, if you're reaching out to other people, you're gonna get somewhere. Whereas, and this is important to realize, if it's not directly tied into your music content-wise, you might get more distribution because you posted a cute picture of a dog or a really funny meme or something. But those people who like you because of the dog or the meme or whatever, they're not there for your music, right? You created something that might have gotten a lot of likes, but it didn't get the right people liking it, or it didn't get them liking for the right reason. So the algorithm's gonna be like, oh, that meme is really funny and you did a great job on that. Let me show it to more people. But it's people who don't care about the songs. So what the hell? You know? What does work in terms of mastering distribution is gratitude. Is, again, if you want to tap into other people's audiences, what can you give to them? What value can you generate? Can you lift up someone else? You know, maybe you have 2,000 Instagram followers. Do something with your friend who has 1,000. That's different people than who follow you, right? You're getting in front of them now, right? How do you express gratitude to your fan base? One of the most effective tools for that is just running giveaways. And not just doing giveaways where you on your own are giving away a shirt, but doing something like they did with Gussapolooza, where you get a bunch of people tied into the same thing to give something away. So if you want to, instead of you just giving away a shirt, you find 3 other artists in your niche, right, who all kind of do the same thing, and you all go and give away shirts as one big package, and suddenly you're growing from their fans, they're growing from your fans, and you're getting in front of way, way more people. And by the way, that's like the best way to collect emails for your list. And that's like one of the most important things to mastering distribution and getting people to pay attention. Because with an email list, even if your open rate isn't awesome, what does happen is everyone sees the subject line. So everyone knows, oh, you're going on tour. Oh, you have a new song out, whatever. And those are your super fans. And you can give them things via that email list that you can't easily do on social media. You know, you can give those people this weird unreleased song you don't really think about, but here, download it. Why not? You know, you can give people sort of advanced information or make them feel like part of a larger club. And again, build up that community, build up that sense of connection, and help bring people forward. Email lists are one of the most important things to understand and to have if you're building that distribution, and just reaching out consistently to people, because they're going to keep showing up. They're going to keep knowing about you. You're establishing that omnipresence. Not only are you on their social media, when they turn it on, it's in their inbox, which most people are checking every day, multiple times a day. You know, getting in people's faces, understanding that gratitude piece. You gave them something, you got their email, now you're getting somewhere. Now, the final piece I want to talk about is advertisements. And, you know, like I said, we're not going to get into the nitty-gritty. But the key thing to understand about ads on all these platforms is they are trying to get whatever goal you set for it as cheaply as possible. Which means if you're trying to get conversions over to Spotify, they're going to do that in the cheapest way possible within the targeting you've done. And so that means, let's say you're like a very underground cult black metal artist. You know, you could be marketing to Cradle of Filth fans, which is fine, right? But that's a much more mainstream band. If you're trying to do underground black metal put out by like dudes who operate out of caves or whatever, like, yeah, I mean, I know those people. Shout out Nico. But, you know, but you want to be targeting, you want to be thinking, how do I target the underground fans? How do I target the early adopters with my ads? Do you know what I'm saying? You want to be targeting the Fist fans rather than the Cradle of Filth fans when you're doing that. You know, you're going, not what is the biggest possible audience I can access, but what is the most relevant possible audience I can access. The exact same thing we talked about before with like, when you're marketing pictures of, when you're posting pictures of dogs, yeah, that might get more people to like it, but it's not the right people, you know? The other key with ads is that they're not a marketing strategy in and of themselves at all. If you have one post and you put $3,000 behind it, and let's say it's a perfect, amazing post and it's getting tons of conversions to Spotify, if there's nothing for people to engage with more deeply, if there isn't a larger universe, then you just wasted $3,000. Because they might go listen to your song a couple, 3 times, and that's cool. But like, okay, what else was there for them? There was no rabbit hole for them to go down. There was nothing deeper for them to engage with. You know, you just posted or created an ad, but it's not going to go any further than that. The artists I see who are getting further with ads are the ones where it's like, oh, I discovered this thing, and now I can go deeper. You know? And I really need you to keep that in mind before you end up wasting a bunch of money too early on. The real, like, strategy of promoting music, in my eyes, is first, like, have great songs, build a community around it, build great content around it that serves that community, those people you connected with, et cetera, et cetera. And then from there, then ads and all that other stuff start to make sense, right? And also realize with ads, they're way more powerful in terms of paid marketing than pretty much anything else you can do because you own the data, which we all know is important because you can retarget those people later and you can see what works and what doesn't work. And you can do the testing and optimizing, right? Or the person you hire can do the testing and optimizing. I think when you're hiring out for like music PR or something, or you're paying to get on playlists, you don't know if that's going to be the perfect right thing for you. You know, you can go and get in Consequence of Sound or what's the big Canadian one? Exclaim? Exclaim? Cool, I know about Canada, see? You know, but if you're the smallest artist on Exclaim that day, you're still going to get like 30 clicks on your post. Like that's not like people don't use music journalism to discover new artists anymore. It's really about deepening relationships with artists. You know, and it's kind of the same thing with like paying to get on playlists. Editorial playlists and stuff are great, absolutely. But if you pay to get on like a playlist that isn't really exactly right for you, and people start skipping your song, or you start getting sorted with the wrong types of artists, then you're killing yourself in the algorithm because people aren't going to be discovering you in relevant places anymore. If you're getting skipped, Spotify's going to go, oh, people don't like this music. We don't need to show this to anyone. And then you've shot yourself in the foot. And that's, I think, where ads really start to matter. So we've talked about a lot of different things in the last, how long has it been? Yeah, in the last 30 minutes. You know, this has been kind of like drinking from a fire hose. I know I get excited and I have a lot of examples and nah. But I also think that most of what we talked about here is pretty doable. You know, most of what we talked about isn't insanely high level. It's just understanding what does your audience want, where do they hang out, and then giving it to them. Because if you're not doing that, what the hell are you doing? Because really, again, what it boils down to is generating value by creating engaging content and engaging with your audience, taking social media from one to many to one, and using the tactics and stuff we have to do that, to create authentic content, right? To go, what's already working? That data is out there. It's not necessarily mine, but that data is out there. And let me learn from that and tell my story consistently, right? Again and again, so people right away can understand, this is who I am, this is what I'm about, this is what I'm doing, right? And then using that to help build your community and to grow with your friends to kind of get attention and to get in front of more people and to build off of each other's audiences around that community. So you're getting shout outs and you're giving shout outs, because the more you give, the more you get. It's not one-to-one, but that's how it is, right? If you're not someone actively trying to help other people grow, they're not gonna actively try to help you grow, right? Rising tide lifts all ships, and if you're the focal point of that, and you're the person doing that, you become the focal point of the scene. You become the person people are talking about. And you see that happen again and again in any type of scene. I know some of you might be saying, oh, well, that doesn't happen for, 8-bit Nintendo Core in Ontario, but like, it does. You just have to dig deeper, and you just have to help people more. Like, my cousin literally invented Nintendo Core. He's in Anamanaguchi. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, James. Shout out James. But, like, no one else was doing that, but, like, they found ways to engage with that audience and to build with their friends and to create something meaningful. Point being, you have a choice. And you can keep screaming into the void. You can keep making those posts that get 3 likes or 25 views and spending all your time kind of with no one engaging and, oh, I spent hours and hours to do this, whatever. Or you can become an artist who meaningfully connects with their fans consistently, again and again, over time. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Let's do questions, and then after that, I have a cigar so we can take pictures. Yeah, what's up? Oh, do we have a mic? We have a mic. Wait, okay, I'm gonna drink some water.
Of
but
course.
Ask your question.
Amazing. So I think I can speak for a lot of people by asking, oh.
1 second, Sig is trying to get me to. Oh, thank you so much, yeah.
Oh. Basically, now you're saying like you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot, right? If you're reaching out to the wrong people, or if you're doing like all of these, I don't want to say wrong things, but just the things that aren't helping you advance, right? Now, is there such thing as a dead account? Is it always recoverable to like unshoot yourself in the foot and connect with that audience? Or is it better to kind of restart? Like, does that make sense?
Yeah. Unfortunately, there definitely is such a thing as a dead account, which is like I said, like I talk to people like this where, oh, I have 40,000 followers because I posted a cute video of my dog and it got 3 million views. Yeah, like, no, all those people who followed you wanted more dog content. I have a friend whose music I help. His wife is like this really famous porn star. And he was like, oh, well, she has like 6 million followers. She could just post about my band and then I'm fucking good to go. And I'm like, yeah, but people don't follow her for discovering new music. Yeah. And it's like the same, like if you built your account on the wrong shit, what the fuck? Like people aren't gonna care. And I think you see a lot of like TikTok comedians especially try to use their TikTok to promote their music. And it's like, The only way to really recover that is if, in the dog scenario, if you found a way to like make music content that also had your cute dog. But it's real hard.
Thank you. That helps. Thank you.
Sorry, I forgot about that part. So I'm curious. So I make content for my music, obviously, but then I'm also a vocal coach. Oh my God. Classy. And I also make content as me as a vocal coach, but I ended up privating those videos. Actually, that was something I was going to mention about your thing, is like, I think if you sometimes private the videos, you can maybe recover the account because now the algorithm isn't thinking it's a vocal coaching page. But my question is, I want to build my music fans, but I also wanted to build my vocal coaching work, and I wondered if you thought that was possible to have two possible goals with one page, or do you think it's better to just separate the two and live on TikTok because I have two accounts and I have to do it all day?
I think it would have to be two of everything. Because I think that while, like, as an artist, you definitely can be, like if you're, like, a cool guitar band, you can definitely, like, have content out there sometimes that's like, here's my guitar warm-up, or here's my gear rack, or whatever. But that's kind of for, like, a super fan thing. You know? I don't see anyone who's really successfully doing that, and you can definitely use your music account to point to your vocal coaching, but I think it's really just like people follow for two separate reasons. I've definitely like toyed with that of like, if I started a band, could I use Bacon's Bits for that? But again, people aren't trying to discover, like, it's music related, but nobody wants to hear about like the weird hardcore band I want to start with Andy Inside Out. Like,
Yeah, I think you're right. It is two different fan bases, so that makes sense.
exactly, and you can't really serve two different fan bases that way.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
So there's this focus on authenticity that can't be ignored. And, you know, there are also, I think, a lot of trends that people are trying to follow because it worked for somebody else. Can you maintain your authenticity, or what is the best way to do that while also trying to get some of the groundswell from these trends, like the lip sync videos, that kind of thing?
Yes and no. The trend, like the video you create has to be real to you, right? Which is to say, I used this example the other day in Colombia, where like, okay, so like Brat was like the biggest meme of the summer, right? And people were doing all this Brat content or whatever. If you found a way to tie that into your music, that got people to engage. But if you were just posting a Brat meme to post a Brat meme, whatever, right? So it always has to be an authentic perception on the trend. You don't need to do every trend. And the other thing to understand about trends in general on social media is they show you're part of an in-group, right? Which is to say, if you're posting the Brat meme, it shows you know about cool stuff going on in pop music. If you post like a really funny local band meme tied into your music, it shows you understand something fundamental and funny or weird about local music, right? So I like to use trends to show people, oh, hey, we're part of the same thing as you. You know, and you can also use that when you're trying to tell your story. I managed to span Autumn Kings from Windsor. And, you know, what they'll, like, Joe, the singer, is really into anime. So we're creating a bunch of content that kind of ties Dragon Ball Z catchphrases and other kind of famous anime catchphrases that people kind of know into the content we're creating. So it's like, oh, hey, you can kind of get part of the story that, like, a lot of the songwriting storytelling that Joe is doing is kind of a little bit anime inspired, but also, you know, it's about the music, you know? And so we're accessing that anime audience, and we have fans now who kind of got into it because they're like, oh, some of your videos look like those Linkin Park anime compilations from 2003. But, like, that's kind of how it works, if that makes sense.
Right, so it's not going so far into that trend or into that other community that it's taking the focus away from.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, because people can tell if you're just doing stuff to get attention, and they're not going to care, right? Like, it has to be clear that it's like, maybe this is a funny thing, but it's tied into what I'm trying to do, and it's tied into who I am as an artist.
Right on, right on.
We're making Kevin walk. We got a question over here.
Hey, yeah. So you're posting on TikTok and on Instagram all the time. Are you implementing different strategies, and how are they different if you do? Yeah.
Really good question. I think with pretty much all content creation, if like the bulk of your content is vertical video, which it probably should be, but even like all photo carousel posts, which you can do on TikTok now too, what I do is I build everything first on TikTok, and then I kind of take that and I just run it everywhere else. I don't really worry about catering too much to the platform, because vertical video content is vertical video content, and it gets people to stop for the same reasons, you know? And trends that happen on TikTok are also happening on Instagram and vice versa, because it's all the same people consuming the same things, especially sort of in like the DIY music early adopter space. You know what I mean? Like they're all kind of looking at the same stuff. You know, so at least for music, I think it's fine that way.
So I think one of the challenges for bands like us is getting people to care about your music. And like you talked about value. And I think that's just the challenge, is getting people to take value from your content if they don't know who you are or they don't know your music. So I guess my question is for bands, how do you find it is a good way to give value to the fans or people that are scrolling on TikTok or Instagram?
So the core question is, what do you want people to get out of your music? Like, tell me, what do you want people to get out of Cut Bear?
I want them to relate to the music and feel that connection to the music.
But what in the music are they relating to?
The emotion.
Exactly.
The lyric.
Exactly. And what are kind of the core emotions of Cut Bear? I mean, I'm interviewing you now, but.
Yeah. I'd say it's like a kind of like a fierce, it depends on the song, but it's kind of, there's a whole bunch of emotions, but I'd say like love or kind of ferocity.
Okay, yeah.
Those kinds of
Sure.
strong emotions.
Yeah. So, again, so you're marketing, like the whole goal really boils down to marketing with emotion. And being like, with Autumn Kings, we have a song where the music video is like them in a car rocking out. And so we have a bunch of videos that are like, this is a song for driving down the highway with the boys. And suddenly that establishes value, because suddenly it's like, oh, this is a song for driving down the highway with the boys. This is kind of what I want. You know what I mean? Or, oh, this is a song for like when you're feeling really fucking sad and it's going to make you feel a certain way, right? Because like that's the value you're bringing as an artist, is you are helping heighten or empathizing with people's emotions, right? And so the content needs to kind of tie into how do we make people feel that? But also it can tie into stuff like, I saw you guys play last night. It was really fucking fun. It was like a party, right? It was a blast. So you can create content that goes, hey, if you come to our show, it's going to be a fucking party. You're going to have the best time, you know? And then if you can consistently communicate that, people are going to start to come more. Like one of my favorite marketing strategies, full stop, what are the easiest things you can do to get more people to your shows? Probably should have put this in the main talk. Is film a really cool high energy live set where you're going to have a good time, like here, where people are rocking out or whatever, and then make like vertical video snippets of that and just start posting it. Because if you keep putting out in the world like, hey, this is a really fun show, and if you come, you're going to have the best time, and it's going to be a party, then people want to go to that. They don't want to go to shows that it's like, oh, they're all just going to stand there and be boring and whatever. You know what I mean? Like people want to go to shows, like people go to shows to have a good time or to feel an emotion, right? It doesn't even have to necessarily be a party. Like if you look at someone like Mitski, do we listen to Mitski in Canada? Okay, hell yeah, okay. So like that's a really emotional, sad show, right? But like they communicate with live clips that help you understand you're going to go see Mitski and you're going to cry, right? And it's like, that's what you're highlighting is what are the emotions you're going to experience at the live show? What are the emotions you're going to experience listening on your own at home? Because that's really what it all ties into.
Thank you. Yeah, that definitely clarifies some things. Thank you.
Right behind you. Over here, okay.
I just had a question. So a lot of people's friends' bands that I know, they post like every day on TikTok trying to like discover a new audience and like help a new audience find them, like the post you mentioned, like this is a song for road tripping with your boys or whatever. But they don't post the same stuff on Instagram. Like, what are your thoughts on that? Like posting that daily stuff on TikTok, using TikTok to get people to discover you, but then keeping your Instagram for like your fans?
I don't think it really matters. Like, if everything is on brand, everything is on brand. You can just keep running it. Like, because I think, first of all, that feels to me like kind of a dated strategy, because I feel like TikTok doesn't have the discoverability now that it did a year ago.
It's working for the people I know.
Oh, I know,
but-
I know.
Okay.
Like, it's definitely still works for certain people, but I just think, like, you need to kind of be doing the work for the fans. Not everyone is on TikTok, and also not everyone is on Instagram, which is kind of why you need to be hitting everywhere. This is also why I think YouTube Shorts is really, really, really important, because that's where people under 25 consume video content, and nobody at TikTok wants to say that out loud. But, like, you know, I would just put everything everywhere all the time just to show up as much as possible. You know, like, yeah, you can get that discoverability on TikTok, and yeah, that works, but those algorithms work in functionally the same way. You know, there's definitely certain genres that do better on one or the other. Like, if you're making, like, weirdo hyperpop, like, TikTok is definitely your place more than Instagram. And if you're making hard rock, Instagram is much more your place than TikTok. But why not do both?
I think we got time for one more. Sorry.
Aw.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We got to get a band in here.
So, as a guy in multiple bands, and you know, having to play shows all the time is my main kind of source of, you know, making money from being a musician, but also needing to release music on a consistent schedule. How can I do a good marketing strategy for a single or like an EP while also doing a good marketing strategy for a show or a tour without mixing the messages?
I mean, why not mix the messages? Like, one of the best ways to promote an upcoming show is to be like, we have a new song or a new EP that we're going to be playing for the first time live. You know, like, if you have a new song you're pushing and you also have the show flyer, okay, cool. We're going to just post the show flyer. We're going to put the song as the audio on the post, you know, or, oh, okay, let's take some old live footage, cut it up, throw the new song on it, and then in the caption be like, and come see us on September 27th at London, Ontario.
I actually have a show on September 27th.
Hell yeah, where?
Ottawa.
Is everyone going to go?
You better.
But yeah, but like, I feel like that would really be how I do it, right? Like, with the Squela Grind, who I manage, for example, like, yeah, they play like 200 shows a year. So, like, there's always a show strat marketing going on, but they've also released, you know, 10 singles in the last year or something. And it's like, we're just doing both. We're just posting a snippet of the video, and then the snippet of the video cuts over to the flyer, you know? And it's like, okay, because again, why are people coming to something? They are coming to something for new music, right? Or they're coming for the music and how it makes them feel, like we talked about before. So you need to kind of fuse those things. And people don't really care if the live video you're posting is completely synced up to the music, so, you know, fuck it. Okay, if anyone has other questions, we'll go over here and answer more questions and do pictures and all that good stuff, if that works for everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Matt. welcome Gussapolooza 2024 to the MTAV Barn stage. How's everybody doing this afternoon? Yeah, all right. Thank you for joining us. We're going to kick it off for the folks here and the folks on live stream, the MTAV live stream. Melanie Peterson. So she's a Toronto-based, Saskatoon-born folk and pop singer-songwriter. She's known for smart, emotional songwriting, leaves audiences moved and inspired. She's been dubbed the Mary Poppins with a Broken Heart by BBC Radio. They're working on a single that's going to be released in Christmas, and they've got a couple of solo projects out already, which are accessible all over social media. So look them up. Please, without further ado, Melanie Peterson.
How are you guys? Good. How's everybody out in live stream land? I can't hear anyone. It's weird. That's so weird. Okay. Okay, after that lovely introduction, I guess you know everything you need to know about me. So we're just going to jump into some songs for you. This one's called Been So Long. It's hard to say how this came to be, lying here with you, so close to me, caught up in your arms, tangled in your sheets, lying so close, I could feel you breathe. And I don't know how you did it, but you really caught my eye. No, I don't know how you did it. Once bitten, twice shy, you woke me up, brought me back to life, let me out into the sunlight. Been so long since my heart crossed my mind. Now I'm knocking at your door, scene of the crime, I'm pulling you out into the moonlight. Been so long since my heart crossed my mind. I open up like never before when I'm in your arms, behind closed doors. I'm as free as air, high as a kite. Never felt so real, never felt so right. And I don't know how you did it, but you really healed my pain. No, I don't know how you did it. Lit a fire in my veins. You woke me up, brought me back to life, led me out into the sunlight. Been so long since my heart crossed my mind. Now I'm knocking at your door, scene of the crime, I'm pulling you out into the moonlight. Been so long since my heart crossed my mind. Falling in, falling in, falling for you. You woke me up, brought me back to life, led me out into the sunlight. Been so long since my heart crossed my mind. Now I'm knocking at your door, scene of the crime, I'm pulling you out into the moonlight. Been so long since my heart crossed my mind. Woke me up, brought me back to life, led me out into the sunlight. Been so long since my heart crossed my mind. Now I'm knocking at your door, scene of the crime, I'm pulling you out into the moonlight. Been so long since my heart crossed my mind. Hard to say how this came to be, lying here with you, so close to me. Thank you. So my name is Melanie Peterson, and I just wanted to introduce Jennifer Wakefield here on my right, and Paul T here on my left. We're so excited to be here at Gussapolooza
such a lovely festival, and I'm honored to be a part of it. So we're going to play you mostly original songs tonight, except for maybe one. This one's called Somebody Somebody. It's off my most recent EP, We Got This, side 2. And I hope you like it. 2, 3, 4. Still got the same phone number. Still drives like a maniac. And she still leaves the porch light on to guide your way back. You told yourself you had to play it safe, and you did. But deep down, don't you wish you had just let her in? 'Cause everybody wants to be somebody, somebody. Sometimes somebody is hard to find. Everybody wants to be somebody, somebody. Won't you tell me why you're wasting time? Somebody, somebody. Somebody, somebody. Somebody, somebody. Somebody, somebody. If this were a movie, this would be the final scene, where you chase her to the airport, then get down on one knee. You told yourself you had to draw the line, and you did. But deep down, don't you wish you had just let her in? 'Cause everybody wants to be somebody, somebody. And sometimes somebody is hard to find. Everybody wants to be somebody, somebody. Won't you tell me why you're wasting time? Somebody, somebody. Somebody, somebody. Somebody, somebody. Somebody, somebody. Do you wanna look back and say, I could have had it all, but I was afraid. Do you wanna look back and know you could have had it all, but you let her go? Everybody wants to be somebody, somebody. Sometimes somebody is hard to find. Everybody wants to be somebody, somebody. Won't you tell me why you're wasting time? Somebody, somebody. Somebody, somebody. You are somebody, somebody. Somebody, somebody. Do you wanna look back and say, you could have had it all, but I was afraid. Thanks, guys. Are you having a good time so far today? How many people camped over? Anybody? Wow, how was it? Awful? Oh, okay. I like that answer better. Yeah. Yeah, how do you sleep at it? Good for you guys. This is a song about a busker in love with one of her passers-by, called Corner of Your Street. I watch you walk by day after day. Sometimes you stop by to hear me play. I heard your voice once on the phone say, Carrie here. Sometimes you walk with that pretty blonde who always makes me fuck up my song. She's everything as I play on the corner of your street. I clam up when I try to speak. Those deep blue eyes hypnotize me. I'm gonna have to sing my feelings in time. Carry here. I know I'm not perfect. I've got tangles in my hair and cold hands. I'm proud and uncertain, with friends too tired to understand that it feels like fireflies shimmering all around me when you walk my way as I play on the corner of your street. And there's nowhere else in the world I'd rather be when you walk my way as I play on the corner of your street. Thank you. Okay, so I was named after the folk artist Melanie Safka. Has anyone heard of her? Nobody?
No? Woodstock? Woodstock, Melanie? No.
Okay, my parents were into this song so much when it was out that they named me Melanie. So I think it's only appropriate that we play Melanie's song for you. I think you might recognize it, and if you do, feel free to sing along. It's called Brand New Key. I rode my bicycle past your window last night. I roller skated to your door in daylight. It almost seems like you're avoiding me. I'm okay alone, but you got something I need. Well, I got a brand new pair of roller skates. You got a brand new key. I think that we should get together, try 'em out, you see. 'Cause I've been looking around a while. You got something for me. Well, I got a brand new pair of roller skates. You got a brand new key. I ride my bike, I roller skate, don't drive no car. I don't go too fast, but I go pretty far. For somebody who don't drive, I've been all around the world. Some people say I done all right for a girl. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah, yeah. Well, I asked your mother if you were at home. She said yes, but you weren't alone. Sometimes I feel like you're avoiding me. I'm okay alone, but you got something I need. Well, I got a brand new pair of roller skates. You got a brand new key. I think that we should get together, try 'em out, you see. La 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 la. Oh, I got a brand new pair of roller skates. You got a brand new key. I got a brand new pair of roller skates. You got a brand new key.
People didn't know it.
Thank you. So did a few of you recognize it after all?
Yeah, she was singing all the lyrics.
Oh, nice. I heard it was her least favorite of her songs. Yeah, wow, I love it. All right, so this is a song inspired by and loosely based on a relationship I have with a guitar student named Lillian. It was a dark and stormy day when I saw her standing in the rain. A young girl, hair of flaming red. It was known around she came from the troubled side of town, and folks thought it best to just leave her be. But that didn't sit well with me. Lillian, Lillian, take it from me, you don't have to be lonely anymore. Lillian, Lillian, when you need a friend, you can come round knocking at my door. Oh, Lillian. I asked her inside to warm up and get dry. She could see I meant her no harm. With a furrowed brow, she climbed 3 steps into my house, and before I could say, pull up a chair, she was already sitting there. Lillian, Lillian, take it from me, you don't have to be lonely anymore. Lillian, Lillian, when you need a friend, you can come round knocking at my door. Oh, Lillian. Spotted my guitar, stared at it real hard, said she always wanted to learn how to play. I said, this is your lucky day. As the weeks flew by, like storm clouds scudding across the sky, we lit a fire so bright the world could see who Lillian was born to be. Lillian, Lillian, take it from me, you don't have to be lonely anymore. Lillian, Lillian, when you need a friend, you can come round knocking at my door. Lillian, Lillian, take it from me, you don't have to be lonely anymore. Lillian, Lillian, when you need a friend, you can come round knocking at my door. Oh, Lillian. Thank you. I've got this fan blowing cool air. Are you guys really hot or are you okay? Yeah, right? You gonna make it? Lots of water. Not to get too personal, I guess, but my sister's an agoraphobic, which means she doesn't leave the house. And so this song I wrote for her, and for all those people who kind of after COVID were having a hard time getting out of the house too. This is called Love You Tonight. It tears me apart. You shut yourself your story, your life. You can climb a mountain or you can hide, you can settle for feeling just alright, or you can let someone love you tonight. This is your story, your life. You can climb a mountain or you can hide, you can settle for feeling just alright, or you can let someone love you tonight. This is your story, your life. You can climb a mountain or you can hide, you can settle for feeling just alright, or you can let someone love you tonight. Thank you. I'm used to playing with my full band, so it's very raw being up here with these lovely people. No, I can't really hide. Oh no. Okay, so this next song came from a bathtub epiphany. I was in the tub and I was like, wow, it'd be so cool if I got paid every time my heart got broken. Because I'd be friggin' rich right now. So I thought that could be a really cute little tongue-in-cheek song. Let me write that. It's called Living Large. 2, 3, 4. If I had a loony every time you said you'd call, and a toonie for every friend who warned me off. If I had a crisp purple 10 spot every time you air quotes forgot, and a 5 every time they were right about you after all, I'd be living large, nada to Prada, yacht on the water, Benzin, the driveway, villa in Central Pay, and I wouldn't be drowning in romantic debt, way too busy cashing in your rain checks. If all the pretty lies in the backseat of your car meant money in the bank, I'd be living large. I'd be living large. If I had a grand for every sad song I sang, I could dress the band in Gucci and Vera Wang. Don't you know I could quit this dead-end work, buy a penthouse in New York if I had a grand every time you dropped my hand? I'd be living large, nada to Prada, yacht on the water, Benzin, the driveway, villa in Central Pay, and I wouldn't be drowning in romantic debt, way too busy cashing in your rain checks. If all the pretty lies in the backseat of your car meant money in the bank, I'd be living large. I'd be living large. I tell myself at least I'm free when I close my eyes to sleep, but no such luck. There you are, writing IOUs in my dreams. Nada to Prada, yacht on the water, Benzin, the driveway, villa in Central Pay, and I wouldn't be drowning in romantic debt, way too busy cashing in your rain checks. If all the pretty lies in the backseat of your car meant money in the bank, I'd be living large. I'd be living large. We do appreciate that. So this song got played on CBC a lot during COVID. It's called We Got This. And I think it's because a lot of us were struggling to keep the marriage together. And that's what this song is about. If you don't care, why are you still here? If I'm not the one for you, why hold me like you do? And if it's time to move along, why do we talk and talk until our voices are gone? Baby, let me say one more thing, let me try to ease your mind. 'Cause you mean the world to me, and love is not a waste of time. Baby, we got this. We got this. We got so much love, it hurts. We got this. Knew it from the first. Baby, we got this. If you're waiting for me to turn and set you free, you're gonna wait a long, long time. 'Cause I want you by my side. Baby, put your suitcases down, reach over and draw the shade. 'Cause I wanna remind you now of all the love we've made. Baby, we got this. We got this. We got so much love, it hurts. We got this. You knew it from the first. Baby, we got this. Step away from the door and hold me tight. 'Cause I don't wanna fight anymore. 'Cause honey, we got this. We got this. We got so much love, it hurts. We got this. We knew it from the first. Baby, we got this. Thank you. Do appreciate that. So I'm from Saskatoon, but I'm based in Toronto now. And the one thing I really loved about Toronto, which is, I guess, kind of shallow of me, is that you can see famous people in Yorkville all the time. And I was sitting in my hair salon, and I got to sit next to one of my favorite actresses. And I wrote this song to commemorate the moment. This is called Cinema Girl. Cinema girl, loved your movie. That's how I broke the ice. She was sitting in the chair by my Kim cuts our hair real nice, real nice. Hey, cinema girl, you're quite a vision. Won't you tell your secret? And she said, every day I make a promise to myself, and every day I keep it, I keep it. I jump in the sandbox, jump in the sandbox, jump in the sandbox every day and play. Hey, cinema girl, you wrote a movie and you gave yourself the best part. And she said, I knew no one would hand me my power, so I took it and I worked from my heart, straight from my heart. And I jumped in the sandbox, jump in the sandbox, jump in the sandbox every day and play. Well, I'm the star of my own movie, 'cause no one else does justice to me. When I jump in the sandbox, jump in the sandbox, jump in the sandbox every day. Jump in the sandbox, jump in the sandbox, jump in the sandbox every day. Hey, cinema girl, loved your movie. That's how I broke the ice. Thank you. What are those called, Paul? Jiggly things?
Ankle bracelets.
What?
Ankle bracelets.
They're ankle bracelets?
Yes.
All right. See, he's very, what's the word,
dancing,
practical?
you know.
Oh, yeah. Nice. Nice. Was that how you dance? Okay.
Well.
All righty. And on that note,
On that note.
naive, naive and young, I fell for you, deaf, blind and dumb. I took you at your word when you said you were devoted, despite what I had heard. And you kept me at arm's length, walking on eggshells. You'd say, let's see where it goes, when the whole time you knew. Looking back, I see it too. I was not the one for you, lucky for me. I am unbreakable. I took a fall, now I see I am unbreakable. True love and destiny, it didn't interest you the way it interests me. You'd rather turn on your TV, turning out the light instead of facing me. You kept me at arm's length, walking on eggshells. You'd say, let's see where it goes. When the whole time you knew, looking back, I see it too. I was not the one for you, lucky for me. I am unbreakable. I took a fall, now I see I am unbreakable, unbreakable. Looking back, I see it too. I was not the one for you, lucky for me. I am unbreakable. I took a fall, now I see I am unbreakable, Thank you. Well, it's been a real honor playing for you this afternoon and being a part of Gussapolooza 2024. We're going to stick around and check out all the other bands. But if you like what you heard, I am on every digital platform you can imagine. So you can find me there under Melanie Peterson. I do have CDs with me if anybody is interested. I can do that. And otherwise, we're going to finish off with a song called One Tequila, because sometimes you leave and sometimes you get left, and sometimes there's only one way to deal with it. Pour me another shot. Don't have to be the best you've got. Line up a couple more, 'cause I don't wanna think about him anymore. One tequila, raise your glass. Two tequila, tip it back. Three tequila, 4, 5 tequila, aching head. 6 tequila, empty bed. 7 tequila, floor. Pour out another round. Don't kick a girl when she is down. He was my favorite song, and I don't wanna think about moving on. 1 tequila, raise your glass. 2 tequila, tip it back. 3 tequila, 4, 5 tequila, aching head. 6 tequila, empty bed. 7 tequila, floor. Well, let's see if I can drown out every memory, every dream of what could have been. I come by it honestly. 1 tequila, raise your glass. 2 tequila, tip it back. 3 tequila, 4, 5 tequila, aching head. 6 tequila, empty bed. 7 tequila, floor. Everybody sing it with us. 1 tequila, raise your glass. 2 tequila, tip it back. 3 tequila, 4, 5 tequila, Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jen Wakefield, Paul T. Thanks for fabulous sound and great introduction, Kevin. And I hope you'll let us play for you again sometime real soon. Bye.
Yeah, welcome to the Gussapolooza 2024. Welcome to the MTAV Barn stage. You probably heard during sound check, but we have Wild Bloom here with incredible harmonies, Toronto-based folk artists, and they just released a single. They're releasing another one later this year, but let's please give them a warm Gussapolooza welcome. Wild Bloom.
Close the hatch and watch me run. I don't want to turn my back against the wall, 'cause I don't want to miss anything at all. 'Cause I've been wrong before. I don't want to fight anymore. Be completely blind to what's in front of me. What's in front of me. I don't ever wanna feel like I'm stuck inside this town. Maybe it'll all work out. I've always had this thing, overthinking all my I don't want to Hello, Gussapolooza. How's everyone doing? I'm Becky. This is Alyssa. That's Brittany over there. We are Wild Bloom. Thank you guys so much for coming out to the barn stage. We're so happy to be here. That first tune was an original of mine that I brought to the group. And this next one is a very special one. It's the first song that Wild Bloom wrote together. So it's very special to us. This one's called Closer Tonight.
Both here, but in a haze, struggling to find our way. Freckled cheeks and dark brown eyes, you never cease to make me smile. Walking in to find you there, woken by a phone call in the night. Face I know, ghostly pale. The fear of losing you was real. Oh, the thought of losing you came crashing down like a wave I can't control. Chance to make it right. I'll hold you closer tonight. Morning sun is never felt this heavenly with you by my side. You are light and you are home, safely in each other's arms. Oh, the thought of losing you came crashing down like a wave I can't control. Now if we get another chance to make it right, you closer tonight. Closer tonight. In a moment, I could have lost you. In a moment, oh, in a moment, everything would have shifted, and it's all that I can promise. I will never let you go. Never let you go. Holding you tight, closer tonight. 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 Never letting go.
Thank you so much. We are so stoked to be here with you, Gussapolooza. Never mind the fact that it's like the most beautiful September day, and you guys are the most beautiful audience we could be looking out at right now on the barn stage. So thank you so much for being here. So we've been Wild Bloom for just about 2 years now, and it's been such a fun journey making music with my two best friends. And it's really kind of crazy, that we met, because we met several years ago at Humber College, but I'm originally from Little Ole, Ontario, just up the way in Midhurst there. And Becky's originally from Montreal in Quebec. Brittany's originally from Prince George, BC. So it's pretty wild that all of our paths crossed. And so we did a writing retreat last fall, and we wrote this song that we just released called Travel Song. And when we first started writing it, we thought it was about leaving a piece of your heart everywhere that you travel to. But as the song evolved, we've realized that it's also about our three hearts coming together and making this band. So this is called Travel Song. Leaving home, heading out to somewhere new. On my way, my whole life is carried on my back. Even when I leave, you'll always have a piece of me. No matter where I go, I'll always have your memory. By the sea, rocky shores meet the trees. Salty breeze, a fresh take on reality. Driving through the canyon, mountains in the distance, for as far as I can see. Even when I leave, you'll always have a piece of me. No matter where I go,
comfort in routine. Everything that I love surrounding me.
Thank you.
You don't think that it's alright. I don't wanna play this game tonight. I guess I'll just give you a smile. We'll stay the same and last a while. Take me away from this cycle I am in right now. I need you to know that I am worth this and much more. I don't think that it's too late to bring sense to reality. I'm not where I'm supposed to be. It's just a phase in life for me. Take me away from this cycle I am in right now. I need you to know that I am worth this and much more. I don't wanna hear your words anymore. 'Cause every time that I walk through that door, you tell me everything's fine or nothing at all. Take me away. Need you to know. Take me away. Need you to know.
Thank you so much. Give it up for Becky Lee, writing by Becky Lee. I think a fly or something flew into my eye in that last song. Oh no. Not
It
good.
didn't just make you emotional?
No. It is a beautiful song. But
She's down an eye.
Has anyone checked out the sauna cold plunge? Anyone? Yeah? Yeah, was it good? Okay, I think we're gonna go later.
Yeah, it's we're doing our own hot sauna up here right now, so cold plunge sounds really good.
So back there, Jaredin, give everyone a wave. We got our merch person, Jaredin. I'll show you some, yeah. Give it up for Jaredin. So for our merch, we got our matte stickers. We got our holographic stickers right there. Yeah. And I think we gave out little cards, so some of them did say win a sticker. So if you have
came
that,
around and gave you if you got our personal invite to the show, check the back side because you maybe won some free stickers.
And then we have our bloom kits, which is a coconut coir pot, some like expanding dirt pellets, and then Ontario wildflower seeds. So I know if you plant them in the fall, they'll come up in the spring, or if you plant them in the spring, they'll come up, and then some of them, more of them will come up in 2 years' time.
It's perfect timing.
Pretty cool. Yeah, so we're gonna do a song that I wrote. Has anyone here been in a toxic relationship? A couple
You guys
people?
are so healthy.
Yeah,
We're happy
wow.
for you.
Jealous. Yes. Okay, so this one is called Rising Ground.
You saw me there that night alone. How did you know that I would fall for you? Deeper into rising ground, deeper into rising ground. In my moment of weakness, talking night and day, believing every word you had to say. How did you know that I would fall for you? Deeper into rising ground, deeper into rising ground, deeper into rising ground, deeper into rising ground. I know that this will be the death of me. I can't do this anymore. How did you know that I would fall for you? Deeper into rising ground, deeper into rising ground, deeper into rising ground, deeper into rising ground.
Alrighty, do we have any Chapel Roan fans?
Yeah.
Okay,
We love
okay.
Chapel Roan. And if you don't know who Chapel Roan is, we were actually talking about her earlier today in a workshop. And she's this super amazing drag queen that's just killing it in the pop music scene right now. So you're going to know Chapel Roan after this. This is called Pink Pony. I heard you want
Let's try that again. I am in the wrong key. I apologize. Woo. Okay, keeping it real.
Take two. Pretend you didn't see that.
Ready to go.
I heard you wanted me to stay, but I can't ignore the crazy visions of me in LA. I heard that there's a special place where boys and girls can all be queens every single day. I'm having wicked dreams of leaving Tennessee. Oh, Santa Monica, I swear it's calling me. Won't make my mama proud. It's gonna cause a scene. She sees her baby girl, I know she's gonna scream, girl, what have you done? You're a pink pony girl, and you dance at the club, oh mama. I'm just having fun on the stage in my heels. It's where I belong, down at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing down in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club. I'm up, jaws are on the floor. Lovers in the bathroom and a line outside the door. Black lights and a mirror disco ball. Every night's another reason why I left it all. I think my wicked dreams a year from Tennessee or Santa Monica. You've been too good to me. Oh, make my mama proud. It's gonna cause a scene. She sees her baby girl. Oh, then she's gonna scream, girl, what have you done? You're a pink pony girl, and you dance at the club, oh mama. I'm just having fun on stage in my heels. It's where I belong, down at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing down in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club. Don't think I've left you all behind. Still love you in Tennessee. You're always on my mind. Mama, every Saturday I can hear your southern drawl 1,000 miles away, saying, God, what have you done? You're a pink pony girl, and you dance at the club, oh mama. I'm just having fun on the stage in my heels. It's where I belong, down at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing down in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing. I'm gonna keep on dancing. Pink Pony Club, Pink Pony Club.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Great song. So is anyone here with a lover? Anyone? Anyone here with
Or
a friend? A good friend?
A good friend?
That they like?
Yeah.
Anyone here with someone they don't like? Okay, okay. We're gonna do a little dance. We're gonna do a little waltz. So I'm gonna show you how to do it, so don't worry. So how
Don't be
about grab your
shy.
partners, come up to the front. There's a nice little area.
Come on.
Okay, we
don't
got
be
one brave
shy.
person. If you can do it in your spot too, if you're too shy. But it's funner if you guys come up. Okay, grab your partner.
We'll
come on
dance
up.
with you. Don't worry.
Okay, so the leader is gonna have their left hand up. The follower is gonna have their right hand up. So this is our demo couple. Leader left hand, follower right hand. Okay, come on, 2 more couples. 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 Okay, we got 1 more. 1 more couple. 1 more couple.
Come on.
1 more couple. 1 more.
It's super easy.
We
We'll
can do it,
wait.
you can do it.
We'll see you come up.
Oh. We got 1 person. Oh, no.
People leaving now.
Oh, damn it. They're leaving. Okay, we'll show you. Okay, so whatever hand is raised, you're going to start with that foot. So it's going to go 1, 2, 3, or like a little medium step and then 2 steps in place. So 1, 2, 3, 2. Nice. Okay, let's try it together. So whatever hand is up, you're gonna do that foot first. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. And then let's add a little spin at the same time. So gently spin. Nice. Okay, that's it. That's it. Okay, here we go. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2.
Thank you so much to our dancers
Give
out
it up for
front.
our dancers.
You guys were phenomenal. That was so amazing.
Beautiful. Yeah, we'll do the cold plunge after.
So we want to try this thing because we think you guys are the coolest people and we want to keep hanging out with you even when this weekend ends. And we also want to give away some more of our merch for free. So we want to try this thing where if you follow us on Instagram right now, we are going to pick randomly one of our new followers to go and meet Jaredin at the back and collect some free merch.
See those phones.
So
you already did?
I do see, 12 minutes ago, 14 minutes
5
ago.
minutes
Okay.
ago?
Okay, 8
beautiful.
minutes ago.
It's at Wild Bloom Band.
I should tell you guys what it is. At Wild Bloom Band on Instagram is where we're looking right now. We want to give away.
We're new followers.
2 seconds, 4 seconds. Oh, you guys are killing it. You guys are absolutely killing it. How many more? Five more seconds. 5 more seconds to follow. 5.
Okay, wait. They're pulling up the phones. Okay,
4,
10 seconds.
10,
10,
10, 9, 8. Oh, it's coming.
7,
We're loading.
6.
You guys are so awesome.
4,
3, 2. Oh, Wild Bloom Band. Wild Bloom Band. Oh my gosh, we're gonna get to hang out for the rest of our lives.
Wild balloon. Wild bloom, like a flower.
Like flowers.
Yes.
Okay. Randomly pick. Let's get one of you guys to randomly pick.
You pick.
Okay, just random off the list. 26 seconds ago, folks. Sierra Lee Thrifts. Yay! Oh my gosh.
Congratulations.
Thank you
for
so
following
much.
us.
So you can go meet Jaredin at the back, and he'll give you some
do you
free
want?
merch. And thank you all for following us.
What about a bloom kit, a sticker? A bloom kit and a sticker.
A bloom kit and
kit.
a sticker. And now we'll get to hang out and we'll get to see what we're all doing even after this awesome festival ends. So thank you so much for giving us a follow.
Okay, time for the sad girl moment.
Yes.
With our resident sad girl.
We always make the joke that Alyssa's the sad girl in the group. You'll see why.
Long story short, this song is about noticing the absence of someone. This is called Shape of Space. Every morning when I wake, the sun comes through my window pane, but now my world is only dark and gray. There's an empty space beside me in the bed we used to share, and a spot for your shoes in the hall. Even though you're not here anymore. How many sunrises will I miss from sleepless nights with you on my mind? I can't bring myself to admit nothing fits the shape of the space you left behind. Moonlight spills across the floor and lights up every frame that holds the pictures of who I was before. My life was shattered when you left me in this old house with the ghosts of our past and echoes of your voice. How many sunrises will I miss from sleepless nights with you on my mind? I can't bring myself to admit nothing fits the shape of the space you left behind. How many sunrises will I miss from sleepless nights with you on my mind? I can't bring myself to admit nothing fits the shape of the space. Thank you.
So I think we have one more song left. So I guess we'll say some thank yous. So thank you to Russ and Valerie at Gussapolooza.
Give it up for Russ and Val. I also want to thank Karen and Vons and Zach and Kevin and the whole MTAV audio crew for literally making us have sound and sound good on top of that. So thank you so much for you guys keeping us afloat up here.
Yeah, and we got Wishwell coming up. We're excited for that.
Yeah, super excited for Wishwell, so stick around. Stay in the barn for Wishwell. And we want to thank all of you guys, because this is like the coolest festival to ever exist, and it's really cool that you want to come to it and you want to support artists that you maybe have just met today. So thank you for coming out and hanging out with us, and we appreciate you being here with us so, so much. So big round of applause for you guys. So once again, we are Wild Bloom. If you didn't get a chance to follow us, please do. Like I said, we want to keep hanging out even when this festival ends. We are Wild Bloom Band. If you want to grab a sticker or a Bloom kit at the back with Jer, head on back there. We're going to be hanging out for a little bit more after, so come and say hi. We'd love to meet you all. But this is a little cover song. If you know it, we want you to sing along. This is Black Horse and the Cherry Tree.
And there might be a sing-along in it as well.
Be ready.
Woo-hoo. 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 My heart knows me better than I know myself, so I'm gonna let it do all the talking. Woo-hoo. Woo-hoo.
Send it to the place in the middle of nowhere with a big black horse and a cherry tree.
Woo-hoo. Woo-hoo. Felt a little fear upon my back, said don't look back, just keep on walking. Woo-hoo. Woo-hoo.
The big black horse said look this way and hey lad, will you marry me? Woo-hoo.
Woo-hoo.
But I said no, 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 no. I said no, no, you're not the one for me.
No, 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 no. I said no, no,
you're not the one for me.
Woo-hoo. 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 My heart had a problem in the early hours, so I stopped it dead for a beat or two. Woo-hoo. Woo-hoo.
Chord and I shouldn't have done that, and I won't forgive me after all these years.
Woo-hoo. Sent her to a place in the middle of nowhere with a big black horse and a cherry tree. Woo-hoo. Woo-hoo.
And I cut some cord and I shouldn't have done that, and I won't forgive me after all these years.
Woo-hoo. But I said no, 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 no. I said no, no, you're not the one for me. No, 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 no. I said no, no, you're not the one for me. Woo-hoo. 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 Woo-hoo.
Woo-hoo. All right, repeat after us now. No, 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 no. Oh, yeah.
No, no, no.
No, 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 you're not the one for me. All together, back to back.
No, 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 no. No, no, no.
No, no, you're not the one for me. Let's hear you.
No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, no, you're not the one for me. Woo-hoo. 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 Big black horse and a cherry tree. I can't quite get there 'cause my heart's forsaken me, yeah, yeah.
Can we give a big round of applause for Brittany on the fiddle over here?
Thank you.
We are Wild Bloom Band. Thank you guys so much. Have a great rest of your day.
All right. Welcome, everybody. Gussapolooza 2024. Let's hear ya. Yeah. Welcome to the MTAV Barn Stage. This is Multi-Tech Audiovisual is sponsoring all this amazing equipment you see here, and they've been brilliant this entire time. We're also live streaming for the folks at home. How are you doing? Up next, we've got an amazing band, three-piece out of Toronto called Wishwell, that have an incredibly powerful mission to raise awareness about mental health and suicide prevention. So they just released a single called Pieces, and it's available now. Make sure to follow them on all their socials, etc. And without further ado, we have Wishwell.
Fractured in half, my soul won't fit the mold. Tortured myself, always ready to unfold. Come on, Gussapolooza! Left on the back burner once again, repeating tendencies. Tired of second guessing myself. Who's taking bets on me? Woo! Turning around, new shadow on the ground. Knowing within notions that we're bound. Left on the back burner once again, repeating tendencies. Tired of second guessing myself. Who's taking bets on me?
This one's called Disconnected.
All at once, it slipped away from me. Times I cherish gone without a trace. Empty vessel on display, hollowed out, existing for the sake of existing.
Here we go.
Talk it out, there's nothing left to be said. Work it out, there's nowhere left to be led. Scream it out at the top of my lungs. I don't wanna play alone. I don't wanna play alone. Woo! Trade all my possessions for my memories back. Life's so hazy from this disconnection. Falling into pieces on the floor again. Scattered all over nothing left to be said. Work it out, there's nowhere left to be led. Scream it out at the top of my lungs. I don't wanna play along. I don't wanna play along. Disconnected, misdirected, keep forgetting I'm regressing. Are you with us, Gussapolooza? Talk it out, there's nothing left to be said. Work it out, there's nowhere left to be led. Scream it out at the top of my lungs. I don't wanna play along. One more time, talk it out, there's nothing left to be said. Work it out, there's nowhere left to be led. Scream it out at the top of my lungs. I don't wanna play along. 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 Thank you.
How is everybody feeling today on this gorgeous Saturday evening? Welcome to Gussapolooza, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of Gussapolooza. Thank you for being here. If anybody came here to dance, I want to see you. Come on up here and dance. This is one called Wishful Feeling. Thinking 2 steps forward, but taking 3 steps back. Thoughts floating away from me, like a kite caught in the storm. I'm good at finding silver linings, seeking after a heart of gold. Chasing that, chasing that. To find nothing at all, searching for more reasons in all the wrong places, starting to believe in silver linings, seeking after a heart of gold. That chasing that wishful feeling, hoping for a brand new meaning. Looking back on those 4 guys sound lovely. Woo. You guys having fun out there or what? I don't know, Nick. What do you think? Are they having fun?
No, not yet, man.
No, I don't think so.
They're gonna be louder.
I think they're like.
They could be way louder.
Yeah, I think they're like a 6, but we came here for a 10.
There you go.
Oh. Maybe we'll play more music and they'll get back into it. Yeah. All right, this next song is a brand new song we put out like 2 weeks ago, I think.
No.
Kevin, what do you think?
Not according to the set list.
He's getting ahead of himself.
We're getting ahead of ourselves. Sorry.
What beat am I playing?
I can't read, guys. Give it up for Kevin and Nick, everybody. They're saving my life out here. This is a very old song. It's called Drifting. And if you guys want to vibe out, let's vibe out together as a community here at Gussapolooza.
Your love is like the ocean, crashing into me like waves. You pull me in and drag me out, like we're landless tides.
Come on, Gussapolooza!
Find myself asking, what is this for? 'Cause your love is burning down my door. I heard you cry out in the night, wanted something more, but your love is a shipwreck on my shore. As we drift out into the sea, the cold wind blowing in our sails, I look around and try to see a new horizon for you and me. Come on, Gussapolooza! I find myself asking, what is this for? 'Cause your love is burning down my door. Heard you cry out in the night, wanting something more, but your love is a shipwreck on my shore.
Take it away, Nick.
Your love is a shipwreck on my shore. I find myself asking, what is this for? 'Cause your love is burning down my door. I heard you cry out in the night, wanting something more. Your love is a shipwreck on my shore.
It's hot.
I just learned that song, by the way.
He did just learn
So
this song.
kudos
How
to
did he
me,
do, guys? Did he do a good job?
motherfuckers.
Nick's our new bass player, by the way, so give it up for Nick. You've been in the band for what? A couple of months now?
2-3 months, I think. Yeah. So this is still new. Our relationship's still new.
We love you, buddy. We love you.
Haven't made it to second base yet, though. Close.
This song is about mental health and all that comes with it. So if you guys are going through a mental health struggle right now, just know you're not alone. We were all in this together.
I toss and turn as I watch you burn. The years have not been kind to you. My love for you hurts like a car crash, dragging me in and out of the light. The light. Your mind's a puzzle, and I pick up the pieces, battered and bruised, but you say that you need it. I can't believe it's been this long, playing this game of push and pull. My love for you hurts like a car crash, dragging me in and out of the light. The light. Your mind's a puzzle, and I pick up the pieces, battered and bruised, but you say that you need it. Your mind's a puzzle, and I pick up the pieces, battered and bruised, but you say that you need it. You say that you need it. Are you still with us, Gussapolooza? Time's been tough, down on your luck. Just hold on for you and I. Your mind's a puzzle, and I pick up the pieces, battered and bruised, but you say that you need it. Your mind's a puzzle, and I pick up the pieces, battered and bruised, but you say that you need it.
Thank you guys so much. Okay. This is a fun one, so get up and dance if you want to.
As the dust settles, I look around and see these faces I remember.
You guys.
They're all surrounding me, and I try to find the words that I've been meaning to say. mind keeps on racing as I go through the day. Here we go! I will follow my heart. I will follow my heart through the dark. All right, Gussapolooza. You guys have been great so far. But we came all the way out here to see some fun and dancing and singing. So let me see you guys up here right now. And time is a precious thing. There we go, come on! So let's not waste any more. I need you by my side. Who's gonna join them? Come on! For now and evermore, more. Let's go! I will follow my heart. I will follow my heart through the dark. All right, let's slow down, boys. All right, Gussapolooza, this is where I need your help with this song, okay? Can I get some audience participation, please? Yes. I love you. Everyone in the back, everyone in the middle, everyone in the front. When I count this back in, I need everybody to go fucking crazy. I don't care how you do it. I don't care if you want to stand on top of a table or a chair or grab somebody back there and do like a big conga line. I don't care. Just do something, all right? Can you guys do that for us tonight? I said, can you guys do that for us tonight? All right, when I count this back in, I want to see it, okay? I said 1. I said 2. I said 3. Here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. I will follow my heart. I will follow my heart through the dark. Thank you guys for listening. You guys are awesome. Thank you guys so much for that. That was awesome. Woo. All right, we've been told to play 2 more, so we're going to play 2 more.
Perfect. It's the right amount.
Oh, extra. We've been told to play more songs after that. Okay, well, you guys say more wish well.
2 more extra?
We'll figure that out when we get there.
4 more? Yeah. Like, okay. Yeah. Oh, I didn't even realize.
Okay, this next song is called North from Here. And I had a couple of friends come out tonight who said they're going to mosh for this song, so this is the one. All right. All right. You guys ready for this one? Let's rock this barn, man. Let's rock this fucking barn. Well, I'm not sure where north is from here. So bury me 6 feet deep in my dreams. I've been drinking, I've been sinking tonight. I've been drinking, I've been sinking tonight. I've been thinking tonight. I've been hoping, alright. Well, I'm not sure where north is from here. So bury me 6 feet deep in my dreams. Whoa. I've been drinking, I've been sinking tonight. I've been drinking, I've been sinking tonight. I've been fading away, intoxicated, I'll stay. Well, I'm not sure where north is from here. So bury me. You boys ready? 6 feet deep. Get up in my dream. Wow! Fuck yeah! Let's fucking go. You guys are amazing. You're sick. All y'all are sick.
Let's just do doesn't matter now.
What do you guys want to do?
So let's do this. Yeah.
All right, this is a brand new song that we're gonna play for you guys for the first time. It's called Runaround. Not even released yet. graces. But in my love, don't erase this.
your card. Why does it feel so hard? Holding you to your found. Got my feet on the ground. Right now is my time to own. It's such a run around. There are two paths we go down, one of which is loving you till you're in the ground. The other's a mystery that I don't wish to see. Holding you to your found. Got my feet on the ground. Right now is my time to own. It's not so run around. Not such a run around. Ba da 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 da. Ba da 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 da. Ba da 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 da. Let me hear you. Ba da 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 da. Give it up for Kevin and Nick. Such a runner round, yeah, yeah.
Thank you guys. That's the end of our set list, but we've been told to keep going, so we're going to play some more songs for you guys. You want some more songs? I don't know. That didn't sound like they really wanted it that much. They're like, fuck these guys. These guys are shit. Do you guys want some more songs or what? Okay, we'll play some more songs for you guys. Thank you. What songs are we going to play is the question. Oh, yeah. We're going to play a song called Long Time Coming. I know you guys have danced already, so you don't have to. But if you want to, you can. 1, 2, 3, let's go!
Living love is stuck at a crossroad. Minutes of movement, they can't be slowed. Dragging my heels along the dirt, troubled spirit filled with hurt, standing on the outskirts, standing on the outskirts. Gussapolooza! Well, I've been waiting And I've been saying it's a long time coming again. It's a long time coming again.
Yeah.
Feeling like I'm turned around. Cloud climbing up, sky falling down. Promises I fail to keep. Days awake, can't fall asleep. Don't go too deep. Don't go too deep. Well, I've been waiting, and I've been saying it's a long time coming again. It's a long time coming again. Here we go, Nick.
Come on, wake up, everybody.
Well, I've been waiting, and I've been saying, whoa, whoa. It's a long time coming again. It's a long time coming again. It's a long time coming.
We love you.
It's a long time coming.
Now begs the question, what do we do next? Encore? Love her come back, I guess? What? Love her come back. All right, who here knows the band City and Color? Well, we're going to cover them right now as our last song for our set tonight, this evening, this afternoon, whatever time it is, I don't know. If you guys know the words, please help us sing it, okay? The song's called Love Her Come Back.
For trouble from the start. I've been walking through this whole world in the dark, all alone, right by my side. There you were, shining my ray of light. Sing it! I sing a lover come back, lover come back to me. Won't you ever come back to me? How could I have been so foolish to let you leave? Lover come back to me.
Take it away, Nick.
I'll never be as good as I'd like to be. Eternally restless, refusing to believe. But I think that we missed our connection. I wanted to feel your affection until my final days. Everybody, let's go! I'd sing, lover, come back, lover, come back to me. Won't you ever come back to me? How could I have been so foolish to let you leave? Lover, come back to me. I'm a woman now, but I still shiver. I am fed, but still I starve. You know me, I am the great misgiver, always waiting on the clouds to part. And I sing, lover, come back to me. Come on, louder! Won't you ever come back?
Ever come back to me?
Here we go! How could I have been so foolish to let you leave? Lover, come back to me. Lover, come back. Lover, come back. Lover, come back to me. Lover, come back. Lover, come back. Lover, come back to me. Lover, come back to me. Thank you so much, Gussapolooza. We love you guys so much. We have been Wishwell. Check us out on Instagram and TikTok and all that good stuff at Wishwell Band. We got some free stickers as well. Did you give out the stickers already? Okay, we got free stickers. Our friend CJ's handing them out if you want one. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you so much to all the bands playing tonight. And Gussapolooza and Russ and Val and all the team back there with the live stream and the sound and everything. Thank you, everybody.
Gussapolooza 2024. Let's have a round of applause for the MTAV the Barn Stage. I actually got to break that habit, right? Thank you for joining us today. We have a treat. Francesca Panetta is going to play some songs for us. She was one of the winners of the Gussapolooza contest 2 years now. Alongside you. Right? So we're really blessed to have her. So give a warm welcome to Francesca Panetta, all the way from
Thornton, 10 minutes away. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Cool. Yeah, my name is Francesca Panetta, and I love this festival with all my heart, and I'm glad it worked out that I got to perform this year. It was a bit of a last-minute decision. Can I get a bit more of the guitar in my monitor, if that's possible? Please and thank you. And I'm just going to get right into it because I don't have a ton of time. Thanks for coming.
My mind's a little weary, and sometimes it can be scary. It's always thinking what comes next. By this time next December, I'll probably forget to remember about the words that he once said. Darling, now that we are young, I think it's time to have some fun. Oh, baby, just forget about it. You don't need to say no more. Just let your worries walk right out the door. Who says that we need to know where our lives are going, always on the go? And on the cloudy days when your mind is far away, don't forget and that you love it when the sunshine rains. Thunder can be scary if lightning doesn't carry. Because of him, she's walking through the pour. Raindrops on my window, honey, see the wooden wiggle, dancing in the dreams that only we know. Now we're smoking in the car. I hear raindrops through his guitar, and then he turns to me and says, you don't need to say no more. Just let your worries walk right out the door. Who says that we need to know where our lives are going, always on the go? And on the cloudy days when your mind is far away, don't forget that you love it when the sunshine rains. Don't you love it when the sunshine rains? Forgot I left it
you very much, guys. Thank you. Can I get a little more vocal in the monitor and a little bit more reverb on it, too? Thank you. Cool. That was an original. That was the title track of my debut EP that I released a few years ago now. And you can find it online, so if you're interested. Okay. I think I'm going to do another original. And this is an unreleased one. And it's about growing up and nostalgia and kind of like how life isn't the same than it was like when you were a kid. And it's called Good Old Days. Hope you like it. I remember a time when things used to be so simple in my mind, when the only path I had to find was a single fire line. Why? When all the stars aligned, and the night that burned so bright, out all our street lights, it seemed to me right then that there could be no better life than mine. Now my life is strange, now I like the sound of rain. Brings me back to all the good old days, even though I'm far away. 6 years old, cutting up and moan, kissing on the bathroom floor. And I remember the feeling of walking around that old kitchen in my mom's old high heels, way too big, feet too small, but I was living for it all. Reminiscing on the time when I didn't have to know all my reasons why. Now my life is strange, now I like the sound of rain. Brings me back to all the good old days, even though I'm far away. 6 years old, frightened by the pain, living for those good old days. Yeah, oh, yeah. Kiss me on the bathroom floor. Thank you. Thank you, guys. How are we enjoying Gussapolooza so far? Yeah, right? Yeah, I've been around this weekend because I didn't think I was going to perform, but I've just been hanging out and chilling, and God, it's such a good festival. I love it. I'm going to play another original. Thanks, guys. Thank you. I'm going to play another original here that you can find an acoustic version of online, exactly the same way I'm going to play it now, that I actually recorded at Indie Distributor. Russ actually recorded it for me, the loving guy that he is. And yeah, it's called Coffee with Milk. I hope you like it. Francesca Panetta. And if you take any videos today, make sure to tag me at singing.hippie on Instagram, as well as obviously the festival, Gussapolooza. And yeah, here's Coffee with Milk. Hold on to me, my love. I don't wanna leave alone. Only you can rid this feeling, and some coffee with milk. 6:48 a.m. You're talking about leaving again. It's not what I want, but it's something I can take if you must, for goodness sake. Hold this feeling and your crown before this place comes crashing down. Before we have to go, and just know it's going home. You hold my light so tight in the palm of your hand, so bright. There's something that I cannot understand, yeah, but it's there in the palm of your hand. This is the first upon your lies, and I am trying to decide, but I guess we have to leave, as I'm standing in your sheen. But that's what being a grown-up means. I live for you, I breathe for you. The only thing I'm looking to, this world is only mine, because you are there inside. Hold on to me, my love. I can't let you go alone. Only you can love as soft as silk. Thank you, guys. How much time do I have? Thank you, buddy. Thank you. How much time do I have? Anybody? What time is it? Time for another one? Thank you, man. Thank you. Trying to figure out. Singing.hippie. Thank you so much. Okay, I think I'm going to do a cover. Okay. I think I'm going to do Valerie for anyone that likes Valerie. Okay, here we go. Well, sometimes I think I'm on the wrong fret. Hold on now. Let's start that again. That sounds better. Well, sometimes I go out by myself and I look across the water and I think of all the things what you're doing. And in my head I paint a picture, 'cause since I come on home where my body's been a mess, and I miss your ginger hair and the way you like to dress. Won't you come on over, stop making a fool out of me. Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Valerie, why don't you come on over, Valerie? Valerie, did you have to go to jail? Put your house on up for sale. Did you get a good lawyer? I hope you didn't catch a tan. Hope you found the right man who'll fix it for you. And are you shopping anywhere? Change the color of your hair. Are you busy? Did you have to pay that fine? You was dodging all the time. Yeah, are you still dizzy? Yeah. Oh, 'cause since I come on home where my body's been a mess, and I miss your ginger hair and the way you like to dress. Won't you come on over? Stop making a fool out of me. Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Yeah. Valerie, why don't you come on over, Valerie? Yeah. Oh, Valerie, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh. Well, sometimes I go out by myself and I look across the water and I think of all the things what you're doing. And in my head I paint a picture, because, thank you. Since I come on home, sing along, and my body's been a mess, and I miss your ginger hair and the way you like to dress. Won't you come on over? Stop making a fool out of me. Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Yeah. Valerie, why don't you come on over, Valerie? Yeah. Valerie, why don't you come on over, Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I always work up a sweat with that one. Thank you, guys, thank you. Okay, gonna do another cover here. Oh, shit. I absolutely love this song. And yeah, here's like my version of it. And I really hope you like it. Here's Wicked Game. The world was on fire, no one could save me but you. It's strange what desire will make foolish people do. And I never dreamed that I'd meet somebody like you. No, I never dreamed that I'd lose somebody like you. And I don't wanna fall in love. And I don't wanna fall in love with you. With you. What a wicked game you play to make me feel this way. What a wicked thing to do to make me dream of you. What a wicked thing to say. You never felt that way. What a wicked thing to do to make me dream of you. No, I don't wanna fall in love. No, I don't wanna fall in love with you. With you. The world was on fire and no one could save me but you. It's strange what desire will make foolish people do. And I never dreamed that I'd love somebody like you. No, I never dreamed that I'd lose somebody like you. Oh, no, I don't wanna fall in love. This world is only gonna break your heart. No, I don't wanna fall in love with you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Whew. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I think I have time for 2 more. So I'm going to do one more cover, and then I'm going to do another original. Thank you guys so much. We've really filled up the barn. This is cool. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Here's a little Fleetwood Mac.
So I'm back to the velvet underground, back to the floor that I love, into a room with some lace and paper flowers, back to the gypsy that I was, to the gypsy that I was.
If you know the words, guys, sing along.
And it all comes down to you. Well, you know that it doesn't. Lightning strikes, maybe once, maybe twice. Oh, and it lights up the night, and you see your gypsy. Oh, you see your gypsy. To the gypsy, and that remains, and faces freedom with a little fear. I have no fear, I have only love. And if I was a child, and the child was enough for me to love, enough to love. She is dancing away from me now. She was just a wish, she was just a wish, and a memory is all that is left for you now. And you see a gypsy. Oh, you see a gypsy. Lightning strikes, maybe once, maybe twice, and it all comes down to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And that's really true. It does all come down to you. Okay, last song. Thank you guys so much for filling up the barn. This is so cool. Thank you guys for listening and being like interactive. That's amazing. yeah, big shout out to Gussapolooza, big shout out to Russ and Val, big shout out to the sound people over here. Thank you guys for doing what you do. Yeah, once again, my name is Francesca Panetta, and yeah, you can find me online. What was that? Fucking thank you, my guy. Thank you. Okay, cool. Yeah, and I'm going to end off here with an original, like I said. It's unreleased, but it will be released soon, sometime in the future. And it's called Le Soleil et la Lune, and it's going to be my next single. And thank you guys again. Can I get a little more of the guitar on the monitor? It kind of like quieted down. Thank you.
Outer space is dying. Soon we'll be there too. But I feel like flying up against the moon. And all the stars are shining, but I cannot reach you. Still can't sing that song that I wrote for you. Stuck wondering when I will I feel
Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much. Okay. Shit. Okay, I haven't played this one in a long time, so we'll see how it goes. Give me a second. Yeah, okay, we'll see how it goes. It's called, actually, this is very fitting because this is how I ended my set last year on the main stage. When my band and I also didn't plan an encore, so I just decided to do this one myself. So I literally don't think I've performed it since last year at Gussapolooza. So here we go. It's called Authentic Living, and that's pretty much what it's about.
Find an open mind. One that matches mine. You think so outside the lines that it scares me a little. Know how to make me feel without warning, just natural giving, authentic living. I wonder how you feel underneath all that pity, all the lies you tell yourself to make you feel at home. Comfort is a trap. Once you find the path, there is no turning back to how you made me feel. Without warning, just natural giving, authentic living. Do what you want, but keep it within the lines of font. Symmetry is life at best. The killer is the loneliness. Did you double check what you told her? 'Cause perfection's in the eyes of the beholder. That's what I tell myself. And I hope to God I'm right. 'Cause if I'm not, then that means this was all just some fucking lie. And I think that would keep me up at night. city.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Don't be a stranger. If you see me around, say hi. And enjoy the rest of the festival. Thank you.
2024. How's everybody feeling right now? Yes, thanks for sticking it out at the MTAV Barn. Multi-Tech Audiovisual is a sponsor of all this equipment you see here, as well as the live stream that's going on for the folks at home. So welcome, everybody. Next up, we've got Tyler Lorette, who is he's a multi-instrumentalist, singer, songwriter, producer. He's got a ton of new music coming out in the new year, so make sure to follow all their socials and give a really warm Gussapolooza welcome to Tyler Lorette.
Cowboys ain't easy to love and they're harder to hold. They'd rather give you a song than diamonds or gold. Lone Star belt buckles and old faded Levi's. Each night begins a new day. If she don't understand him, he don't die young. He'll probably just ride away. So mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. Don't let them pick guitars and drive them old trucks. Make them be doctors and lawyers and such. So mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. 'Cause they'll never stay home and they're always alone, even with someone they love. Cowboys like smoky old pool rooms and clear mountain mornings. Little warm puppies and children and girls of the night. Yeah, that's right. Men that don't know him won't like him, and men that do sometimes won't know how to take him. He ain't wrong, he's just different, but his pride won't let him do things to make you think he's right. So mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. Don't let them play guitars and drive them old trucks. Make them be doctors and lawyers and such. Mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. 'Cause they'll never stay home, they're always alone, even with someone they love. 'Cause they'll never stay home, they're always alone, even with someone they love. Thank y'all so much. My name's Tyler Lorette. I'm a singer-songwriter, country artist from a small town called Curtis, Ontario. Super blessed to be here. Thanks so much to Gussapolooza for having us out, and I hope y'all are having a fantastic time. This next song here I wrote with a friend of mine named Andrew Parton, and it's about walking down the wrong aisle. I'll be singing lots of unreleased music tonight, so hope y'all enjoy it. This is pretty much a test run. Well, she picked out a 3-tier cake, 4 pink dresses for the bridesmaids. That long silk gown would have stole my breath, a little more with every step. And her outdoor service at her grandpa's farm, 5-star honeymoon in a DR. That's where I should be at right about now, not this liquor store downtown. I'm walking down the aisle, grabbing every bottle, 'cause I don't want to think about how she left her diamond rings hidden on the nightstand the day that she walked out. Filling up the car, come runner, my arm gonna hang here for a while. 'Cause she ain't walking down. Walking down the aisle, walking down the aisle, walking down the aisle now. Took a red wine tour in the countryside. From aisle 1 to aisle 5, found free samples of Highland Park. Guess I got my open bar. I'm walking down the aisle, grabbing every bottle, 'cause I don't wanna think left her diamond rings hidden on the nightstand the day that she walked out. Filling up the car, come under my arm, gonna hang here for a while. 'Cause she ain't walking down. Walking down the aisle, walking down the aisle, walking down the aisle now. I'm still nowhere near over her. So I'll try 80 proofs and one of them's bound to work. Walking down the aisle, grabbing every bottle, 'cause I don't wanna think about how she left her diamond rings sitting on the nightstand the day that she walked out. Filling up the car, come under my arm, gonna hang here for a while. 'Cause she ain't walking down. Walking down the aisle, walking down the aisle, walking down the aisle now. She ain't walking down the aisle, walking down the aisle, ain't walking down that aisle. Thank y'all so much. Cheers, everybody. I wish I was drinking 20 pints right now, but. This song right here is out on all streaming platforms. If y'all want to check it out, you just got to type in my name, Tyler Lorette, TYLERLORETTE. Put .com at the end. You can find all my socials there. This one is about being in love with a close friend of yours, but you're just so afraid to tell her. You don't want to wreck that beautiful friendship y'all have, and no matter where you are or no matter where you at, you see her everywhere. This one's called In the Dark. She looked like trouble with that messy bun in her hair. She smiled at me like you do, it made me stop stare. Tailgating like it's a patio, sipping on twisted tea. She got that special glow, some would say she's right for me. She said, hey, ain't it chilly tonight? But I'm still fired up by the way you look lit up on Broadway Strip. Pretending my heart is open, pretend the lock ain't broken, but there should be, but no vacancy sign. She's trying to pull me closer, I got you on my mind, searching for a heartbeat she never gonna find. I'll let her feel it pounding, she'll never get inside, 'cause I may be just there with her in his Chevy Lights. Oh, but I'd rather be just you and me, lost in the dark tonight. Oh, drain all the batteries until we be in the dark tonight. We've known each other since we were both 17. Never told you how I felt in case you shot me down. Lose what we have right now. What if I said, hey, what you doing tonight? Wanna get lost in some light? I heard the moon is hung out real pretty and bright. Babe, my heart's wide open, but am I a fool for hoping one day it might be you by my side, yeah. She's trying to pull me closer, I got you on my mind, searching for a heartbeat you're never gonna find. I'll let her feel it pounding, she'll never get inside, 'cause I may be just there with her in his Chevy Lights. Oh, but I'd rather be just you and me, lost in the dark tonight. Oh, oh, oh. Drain all the batteries until we be in the dark tonight. Yeah. Thank y'all so much. Y'all are awesome. Y'all enjoying Gussapolooza? All right, I'm just gonna do a quick solo song here. Funny story about this song. It was writ over a complete text message, and me and my co-writer were just texting back and forth, and this song just pretty much came out of nowhere. A week later, we met up and we demoed it. The song's not out yet, but it'll be coming out in the new year. I got an EP coming out in the new year, so stay tuned for that. Once again, my name is Tyler Lorette. Thank y'all. It's called One More Second. Miss those old dusty back roads, driving them all night long. You riding shotgun, throwing rocks at the signs on the side of the road. All them back 40 bonfires, telling stories about us growing old. We never knew then that we'd only grow apart and go down separate roads. Thought we'd have forever, but then in a blink of an eye, you make one bad decision, and mine was leaving us behind. I can't take it one more second without you. I don't need one more hour to think through. Don't need another night's sleep on it. My bags are packed, I'm coming for you. I'll be driving all night to get back and find you. Following the street signs, the ones we would fly through. I'd run every red light, get to you before the sunrise. 'Cause I can't take it one more second without you. No, I can't take it one more second without you. It's only been a week again now, and we've been talking all night long about how you're ready for everything. I couldn't help overthinking you. You never knew I had that ring. I can't take it one more second without you. I don't need one more hour to think through. Don't need another night's sleep on it. My bags are packed, I'm coming for you. I'll be driving all night to get back and find you. Following the street signs, the ones we would fly through. I'd run every red light, get to you before the sunrise. 'Cause I can't take it one more second without you. No, I can't take it one more second without you. Yeah, I can't take it one more second without you. Thank y'all so much. Happy the nice weather came back. I was thinking that it was going to be cold forever till the next summer. But glad that it's 30 degrees out here. This next song right here is another unreleased tune. Lots of these songs I'm singing once again are unreleased tonight, but I'm super pumped to do it. And this one's about realizing that it's time to stop wallowing away in self-pity. This one's called You Won't Find Me. Got a ledger full of checkered memories I can't take back. Couldn't change them, gonna erase them, no matter what they pour in this glass. I was lost and then found out life ain't gonna turn around. So you won't find me staring down the barrel of this number 7 Tennessee. You won't find me looking at this photo like a time machine. I crave that neon look when I'm down on my luck. If you're looking in the bar, I carve my name in the sea. You won't find me. You won't find me, yeah. I'm climbing out from rock bottom, one trip and I'm digging my own grave. Yeah, I saw what I was made of, had to be tougher than a $2 steak. I was bound on my faults and shame, had to cut them loose if I'm gonna change. So you won't find me staring down the barrel of this number 7 Tennessee. You won't find me looking at this photo like a time machine. I crave that neon buzz when I'm down on my luck. If you're looking in the bar, I carve my name in the sea. You won't find me. You won't find me. You won't find me staring down the barrel of this number 7 Tennessee. You won't find me looking at this photo like a time machine. I crave that neon buzz when I'm down on my luck. If you're looking in the bar, I carve my name in the sea. You won't find me. You won't find me. Thank y'all so much. A lot of this music will be coming out in the new year, so I'm super pumped about that one. Can't wait to get it out for everybody to listen to. Just gonna hit a quick tune here. The hot weather is throwing my guitar out a little bit. I feel like we all have that special person in our lives, and sometimes it gets a little bit tough. And even if it gets tough, you got to keep pushing through it. This one's about letting that person go, and you quickly realize you made a damn good mistake. It's called Only One. It's not the same in this old house. I can't lie, saying I'm alright. I'm missing you tonight. Memories of you painted on the wall. The smell of your perfume still fills the hall. I'm wishing you would call. I'm wishing you would call. Can't get you off my mind. I've tried 1,000 times. Even 80 proof won't work. Can we go back to how we used to be? Kissing on the front porch, lost in a neon dream. Pissed up, not sure what I was running from. Baby, you're my only one. How we feeling? Let's hear some noise. You bring out the best version of me when life seems too much, I could barely breathe. Your lips rescue me, rescue me. Can't get you off my mind. I've tried 1,000 times, even 80 sitting on the front porch, lost in a neon dream. Messed up, not sure what I was running from. Baby, you're my only one. Baby, you're my only one.
Thank y'all so much. Gotta stay hydrated. I should have wore shorts, I guess. Yeah. This song right here just came out August 1st on all streaming platforms. I just wanted to give a huge big thank you to Sirius XM Radio and Canada Country Radio for playing this song. And another big thank you to my co-writers, country artist Sasha. She's killing it down in Nashville right now, and you know that's really good to see because that's what we're all working hard to do. And another good friend of mine, Daryl Scott, amazing songwriter, and a fellow named Adam Newcomb. I've been working with Adam since I was about 12 years old, and we're still working together right now, so that's pretty cool. This one's just a reminder to the ladies that there's still some good guys left in this world, and it's called Ain't That Guy. That guy's the kind that comes home at 3 a.m. if he comes home at all. And that guy's too busy hanging with his friends, and he can't even call. Yeah, you sure can tell a lie. He's the runaround kind, says he's putting you first. You're the last on his mind. Is he even worth those tears that you're crying? If it were up to me and you let me make you mine, then the whole world's to your top of the line. But if you ain't end up being treated right, if what you need is losing sleep and lonely nights, if you get off being left high and dry, that's fine, but I ain't that guy. That guy likes to have a few more than one, and we ain't talking about a drink. That guy's real good at leading you on. You'd never think about a ring. I'd never break your heart. No, I'd never let you down or leave you falling apart like you are right now. If it were up to me and you let me make you mine, then the whole world's here top of the line. But if you ain't end up being treated right, if what you need is losing sleep and lonely nights, if you get off being left high and dry, that's alright, but I ain't that guy. Let's hear it, John. If it were up to me and you let me make you mine, then the whole world was here top of the line. But if you ain't end up being treated right, if what you need is losing sleep and lonely nights, if you get off being left high and dry, that's alright, honey, but I ain't that guy. No, I ain't that guy. I ain't that guy. Thank y'all so much. Once again, my name's Tyler Lorette. If you want to check me out on my socials, just got to type in my name, Tyler Lorette, TYLERLORETTE.com. This next song is coming out October. It's coming pretty fast.
This one's about meeting someone in a bar and you just feel an instant connection. Y'all just met, but you could talk all night long and feel at home doing it. Y'all feel like my home right now, so thank you so much for that. Goes something like this. I saw her at a bar on a Saturday, scratched on the 8-ball and heard her say, hope he looks my way. Took my cue and started walking to bang my heart into the corner pocket. And before we got each other's names, she told me about her family, what she watches on TV, and all about growing up in a small town. Dancing with me by the neon signs like it was moonlight, stepping on each other's boots all night. When I look into her eyes, I can see us living out her lives. One kiss and she's got me so. Always saw myself on my own. All I know is when I'm with her, it feels like home. Yeah. She feels like home. Oh, I traded this high-rise city scene for a country girl with faded jeans, like the one I think I found. I'd buy a beat-up Chevrolet, load it down and hit the highway, drive to where you're from and grow into your roots. Dancing with me by the neon sign, it was moonlight, stepping on each other's boots all night. I look into her eyes, I see us living out our lives. One kiss and she's got me so. Always saw myself on my own. All I know is when I'm with her, it feels like home. Yeah, she feels like home. Every touch, every kiss, when it forever could feel like this. Never want this night to end, get a home fire burning to the bitter end. Dancing with me by the neon signs like it was moonlight, stepping on each other's boots all night. Look into her eyes, see us living out her lives. One kiss and she's got me so. Always saw myself on my own. All I know is when I'm with her, it feels like home. Yeah, she feels like home. I saw her at a bar on a Saturday. Thank y'all so much. You keep staying hydrated up here. It's pretty hot out wearing jeans and cowboy boots, but it's worth it. It's worth it. Not sure if we got any Cody Johnson fans up in here, but I'm gonna sing a cover for y'all. This one's called Till You Can. If y'all know it, sing with me. You can tell your old man you do some largemouth fishing another time. You just got too much on your plate to bait and cast the line. You can always get around shaking his hand till you can. You can keep putting off forever with that girl whose heart you hold, swearing that you'll ask someday further down the road. You can always put a diamond on her hand till you can. Sing with me. you got a chance, take it while you got the chance. If you got a dream, chase it, 'cause a dream won't chase you back. If you're gonna love somebody, hold on as long and as strong and as close as you can, till you can. There's a box of greasy parts sitting in the trunk of that 65, still waiting on you and your granddad to bring it back to life. You can always get around fixing up that Pontiac till you can. If you got a chance, take it while you got the chance. If you got a dream, chase it, 'cause a dream won't chase you back. If you're gonna love somebody, hold on as long and as strong and as close as you can, till you can. So take that phone call from your mama and just talk away, 'cause you never know how bad you wanna, till you can't someday. Don't wait on tomorrow, 'cause tomorrow may not show. Say your sorries, your I love yous, and you never know. If you got a chance, take it while you got the chance. If you got a dream, chase it, 'cause a dream won't chase you back. If you're gonna love somebody, hold on as long and as strong and as close as you can, till you can. If you got a chance, take it while you got the chance. If you got a dream, chase it, 'cause a dream won't chase you back. If you're gonna love somebody, hold on as long and as strong and as close as you can, till you can. Till you can. Thank y'all so much. Y'all are an awesome audience. The song right here is out on all streaming platforms as well. If y'all want to check it out, that would mean the world. It's about getting out of that so-called situationship and finding a new road. And it's just best for both y'all just to get out of there. It's called Moving On. It goes like this. I used to lonely Friday nights in a booth, drinking whiskey, no ice. They're going down too easy. Not looking forward to last call. You were the first to say let's end it all. Not sure I'm ready. Time to pull myself up. Gotta get this drink down. You and my beat up Silverado. I was sitting this last night out. All the nights I took you driving on my tailgate, kissing till 2. Took my foot off the gas, fell in love fast as we took a shorter. Like those old dusty floorboards, tears that rusted my heart right through. Let the whiskey chase you down until you're gone, 'cause I'm moving on. Thank y'all so much. Got one more tune for y'all. Sure y'all have heard of Morgan Wallen before. This one's called Whiskey Glasses. It goes something like this. Pour me another drink, 'cause I don't wanna feel a thing no more, hell nah. I just wanna sip it till the pain wears off. Pour me another round. Line 'em up and knock 'em down. 2 more, let's go. 'Cause I ain't never heard like this before. Don't wanna think about her, wear a ring without her. Don't wanna hit the karaoke bar, can't sing without her. So make them drink strong, 'cause brother, she's gone. And if I'm gonna ever move on, I'ma need some whiskey glasses, 'cause I don't wanna see the truth. She's probably making out on the couch right now with someone else. Yeah, I'ma need some whiskey glasses if I'm gonna make it through. If I'm a basil, I'ma need a double shot of that heartbreak brew. See the world through whiskey glasses. See the world through whiskey glasses, yeah. Last call, I swear this will be my last call. No, I ain't drunk, darling, no more at 3 a.m. It's the bartender hitting me again. Don't wanna think about her, or wear a ring without her. Don't wanna hit the karaoke bar, can't sing without her. So make them drink strong, 'cause brother, she's gone. And if I'm gonna ever move on, I'ma need some whiskey glasses, 'cause I don't wanna see the truth. She's probably making out on the couch right now with someone else. Yeah, I'ma need some whiskey glasses if I'm gonna make it through. If I'm a basil, I'ma need a double shot of that heartbreak brew. See the world through whiskey glasses. See the world through whiskey glasses, yeah. Line 'em up, line 'em up, line 'em up, line 'em up. Knock 'em back, knock 'em back, knock 'em back, knock 'em back. Fill 'em up, fill 'em up, fill 'em up. 'Cause if she ain't never coming back, sing it. Line 'em up, line 'em up, line 'em up, line 'em up. Knock 'em back, knock 'em back, knock 'em back, knock 'em back. Fill 'em up, fill 'em up, fill 'em up, fill 'em up. 'Cause if she ain't never coming back, I'ma need some whiskey glasses, 'cause I don't wanna see the truth. She's probably making out on the couch right now with someone else. Yeah, I'ma need some whiskey glasses if I'm gonna make it through. If I'ma be single, I need a double shot of that heartbreak brew. See the world through whiskey glasses. See the world through whiskey glasses, yeah. See the world through whiskey glasses. See the world through whiskey glasses, yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank y'all so much. Once again, my name's Tyler Lorette, and I hope you enjoy the rest of Gussapolooza. Thanks for having me.